What up, everybody, and welcome to Late Night Live number 160. Well, you will notice it looks a little bit different than normal. My picture's a lot smaller, and that's because there's another picture right over there. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here, I would like to introduce you to, you already know him probably, but Diego! Welcome, Diego.
Wait, are we live already?
We are live right now.
I
It
can't
is
hear
go
you.
time.
Did you say something right now?
Can you not hear me?
No, I'm kidding.
No,
I
you're
can hear
messing
you.
with me. I know. We were having some stream audio issues in our testing, and now yeah, well played, Diego. What's going on, Annie? What's going on, Oja Swinny? So, question, because the audio is different on this one. If you guys could let me know if we sound loud enough, good enough, and if the music sounds okay. The music's coming through my microphone today, so I want to make sure that it sounds all right. What's going on, Skeet? Welcome, welcome. So, Diego, what's going
Yeah.
on?
Well, thank you for having me, Mike. I'm happy to be here, and I'm just going to be doing some penmanship alongside you, and
Nice.
we're going to see what we come up with as the evening goes on.
Yes, full disclosure to everybody, we don't have a whole much of what you would consider a plan.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
well, just when he says she can't hear the music, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. How's that sound? Can you hear that, Diego?
Yeah, I can hear the music well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. We'll see if everybody else can hear that at that volume. And then, yeah.
I'm
What are
always
we
so
gonna do
impressed that you
first?
you know everybody's name in the chat. Oja Swinny, I know. That's
Oh,
her name. Everybody
it's
else, I have no idea.
I legitimately feel really bad when people come in and I recognize a screen name and I don't know like their real name. It's been like a legitimate an effort to try to get to know everybody who's in here. And then some people, like I know there was I bet you Oja Swinney or Annie or somebody could probably remember. There was somebody that came in chat and I had given them a nickname that had something to do with the purple L that was their avatar. And then after that week or after that stream, that fully left my brain. And then afterwards, I feel like I wish I would just have remembered that because it was a fun little like thing.
Yeah.
But it's
Sounds
the
like a mnemonic device there.
yes. Luckily, all the not all, but the majority of people who hang out in the late night lives are here every week. So I've gotten to know all of the screen names and whatnot. What's going on, Marilyn? Nice to see you.
I should set up the chat too so I can see the chat.
Oh, you
Okay,
can't
hold on.
see the chat.
Yeah, I need to. Well, I'm gonna pop it out here and I'm gonna move it over.
I tried to. I tried to, Annie.
And we're set.
It
Okay.
definitely does happen relatively often. That people come in here and I'll have a momentary lapse where they'll be like, I know there's a couple usernames that for a while I would sort of flip who was who. Um, like I know when Lene first started coming as a regular, I would, yeah, nice understanding. Yeah, purple circle with a white K for that was just what up, purple circle with a white K. It was just that it was just such a fun thing, and then I completely forget those things.
Oh, I know
Oh,
one
we
of the
got
penmen.
Jay in
That's
the
James.
house.
Yeah.
What's going on, James? Long time no see, James. We
Hi,
haven't
Marilyn.
had you live for a stream in a while. So, Diego, can you see the chat?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
I got it set up here. It's popped out now.
perfect. What's going on, Jose? What up, Shaq? Everybody's tuning in. It's a great nickname. So I'll ask again. There's more people in here now. Can you guys hear the music now? I know Diego can hear it, but I haven't had anybody in the chat tell me if they can hear it yet or not. Awesome.
Hi, Annie.
Good, good. They can hear it. Okay, so I guess to start, because I know I want to do this, but I want to start. I want to do because you're business penmanship man. Um,
Sure.
because eventually I feel like I want to make, if you don't already have one, an ornamental penmanship signature for you on stream. Might not come up with anything good, but I'm curious. But I want to start with your business penmanship signature. Do you have one of those?
Uh, yeah, I have an idea of one. Yeah. Yeah, it's simple. It's just a D and an R and then my last name, right?
Simple.
Uh,
Prove it. Let's see it.
well, I mean, it's
Put
one
your money
thing to
where your
say it,
mouth is.
yeah, and then to make it happen, yeah. All
Hey,
right.
this
So,
stream is no stranger to messing up penmanship, so don't stress.
all right, I'm not stressing. No stress. All right. So,
Also, I like that you do
in
put still a
theory,
little flourish on it, even though it's BP. That's dope.
oh yeah, okay, here we go. So there. So yeah, it's generally a
I'm gonna try to
simple
do
idea.
Diego's signature in
I'm
my.
sure
I guess I
you'll
need to
probably
warm
do
up.
it better than I do.
I need to warm up real quick. I realize.
All right, you take your time here. Okay, that's live.
That's a very, very light hairline.
I'll try to do it a couple times so that way.
So are
The,
you? I can't
Go ahead.
see. I don't know if your hairline is just that light. Are you connecting the D into the R or no?
Yeah, the D
Okay,
does go into the R. Yeah.
gotcha. And then in that little flourish where you dot the I, is that intended to be like the eye of a little lizard or a little something?
Yeah, it's an I.
I love it. Do you ever
Yeah.
draw like more than? Do you ever give it
Put little
eyelashes and
eyelashes in.
awesome?
Yeah, I've done that before, just for fun.
Illuminati. You heard it
Yeah,
here. You heard it here first, folks.
yeah. Sometimes I'll draw a little triangle around it all. Yeah.
Well, yeah, or just when you fishy. That's what I kind of first. I was like, oh, you have a little fish.
Yeah, I like it as a fish too. I don't mind it as a fish. Um, yeah, it just came to me really naturally one day, and I was like, oh, I like that. I'm gonna keep that. So I've continued to do it. The problem with my initials is that the R and the I don't connect, and that
Right.
bothers me.
Have you like tried to experiment with some way to get those? I mean, they're going completely opposite directions.
I mean, I have experimented. Actually, James is the only one who's come up with a signature that I thought was really good. And so
James, who's in the chat now, James?
no, not that James, different James.
Lurker James.
Is he Lurker?
I don't know which James. Vegas James?
Does he live in Vegas? It's the him ASF or
Yeah,
something
yeah, yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that James.
We
Yeah,
call him on this stream. We call him Lurker James.
Lurker James. Very good.
He's disappeared though. He hasn't been around for quite a while. Have you talked to him?
It's been a long time since I've talked to him. Yeah, this maybe see 2020, 2021, something like that, somewhere in there, where he had sent me an image where he had done my signature because I was talking about the connection of the R to the I.
Okay. I just realized I don't know how to spell your last name at all.
It's Irigoyen, just sounded out.
Irigoyen. Nice.
Yeah.
I've never actually heard you say it with like with your pronunciation.
With the accent, yeah.
Do you get a lot of Irigoyen?
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, it was one of those names that, as the instructor's trying to say it, you just say here because
You just cut
they're
him
not
off.
gonna they're not gonna finish
Like,
it.
oh, he's confused. That must be me. Gotcha.
Yeah, like Hernandez goes by, and then you start hearing, and then you just like here, and, yeah.
Because yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of what I would assume the first time
I've only had one instructor in my life pronounce it correctly first time around. He was a Hispanic guy. I think he might have been Colombian.
Okay.
And he knew how to say it.
Irigoyen.
Irigoyen, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it sounds.
Well, I remember you were surprised. I don't know if you remember this years ago. the first time that I said your handle out loud, Diane Duopen, and you were like, nobody gets that right. Um, but
That's right.
to me, it just looks like Diane Duopen.
Yeah, I don't know why people think it's DN or something else. They never guess Diane. And it's the first 3 letters of my first name and the last 3 letters of my last name.
It
So
makes sense.
that's where the Diane comes from. And then
I
I
mean,
like
where's the Duopen come from?
well, yeah, I've been doing the write with both hands thing for a long time. Actually, I feel like a fake sometimes with the penmanship thing because I'm not really that good at the penmanship thing. I'm more interested in the ambidextrous writing thing.
Well, I wouldn't say you're not that good at the penmanship thing. I don't think that's exactly accurate.
Well, when I compare myself to other people, I'm not that good.
Well, see, that's you're just not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to compare yourself to other people.
I think I just try to be honest about my
Right.
abilities as well. But my main focus is really the ambidextrous writing thing.
Which makes
And this
sense.
is just a hobby that I think is good for my mental health. And that's why I keep doing it.
It's good.
And also, I met all you cool people, and I want to be
It's
cool
nice
like
to have
y'all.
you in the community. All right, James, have fun at work. Thanks for popping in and saying hello.
No, wait,
Have a
this
good
guy's going
time.
to work right now?
Yup. Or
What
he's
the?
going to bed because he has to get up
Oh,
and
yeah.
go to work
Yeah, he's
early. I would
going to
assume
bed.
probably that. That
He's going
makes
to
a
bed.
lot more sense.
Thanks for coming by, James. It's good to see you.
What up, Olivia? I don't remember if I said hi to you yet. I think I did, but I can't remember. Oh, my mom's here. What's going on, Mom?
Hi, Mike's mom. That's cool that your mom tunes in on your
She
streams.
pops in. She's probably chilling on the farm right now, doing some coloring or working on some Zentangle stuff. My mom is a tangler.
Oh, how awesome. Yeah, I do. I used to do a Zentangle. I still do it sometimes when I run workshops, except the twist is that you have the circle and then you divide it however way you want to. But on the left side of that circle, all your patterns have to be drawn with the left hand. And on the right side, all the patterns have to be drawn with the right hand.
Oh, that's fun. I like that.
It was a good exercise. I called it ambientangle.
Nice. Branding.
Yeah, because I think actually Zentangle is trademarked. I don't think you can.
Yeah, you can't. It's an official thing.
Yeah.
All of the one my mom will I always it's not making fun of, but I enjoy using the words for all the actual official tangles and stuff because they all have silly funny names. But to me, I've seen a lot of the patterns before, like before Zentangle was a thing, so I like ooh, draw some flubity doos or whatnot. I find them they crack me up.
Wait,
But
is
it's
there
cool.
one really called a Flubity Doo?
I don't know. My mom's here. We'll have to ask her. I wouldn't be. There's probably. I doubt there's a flubity doo, but I bet you there's something that sounds like flubity doo. Eric in the house. What's going on, Eric?
Hi, Eric.
Mom says
It was
no.
great to be seen.
Now, Mom, I want to know what's the closest Zentangle word to flubity doo? It's probably really close. It's probably like no, Mike. It's only flubity, or there's it's probably really close.
Gloobity Doo.
If not, well, there you go, Mom. You have to invent a flubity doo tangle and submit it for approval and whatnot. All right, so we have your business penmanship signature. Now, do you have an ornamental penmanship signature?
Yeah, wait, did I do this right? Mr. M, is it
Yeah, the one that you did
MWG?
for, or that you said James did for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can really execute it in any MW MG. Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric.
MWG works. That's Michael Ward Gordon. That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
I
You
mean,
could
Lisa's not in the chat right now. Oh, what's up, Lori? I didn't see when you popped in. I see now that you've been chatting. Lurker Lori in the house.
yeah, something
Um,
about that looked wrong as I was
I
doing it.
definitely, yeah, I signed somebody's speedball textbook. WM. No, what did I say? MrMGWard is what I signed somebody's speedball textbook once upon a time.
That's more valuable, right?
Oh yeah, it's one of a kind.
Yeah, he made a mistake, so
Yeah. Except the
that's
problem
pretty
is I
rare.
make lots of mistakes. If my mistakes were
Well,
rare, then it would be quite, I won't say valuable, but it'd be quite rare and whatnot. But I
we're
make mistakes all the time. So it's
supposed to
just sort
keep
of
that
like
part.
par for the course then.
We weren't going to tell anyone, but you just kind of told everyone. So. Okay, yeah, the signature
Why
from
would I
James.
do?
So he did. I'll try to just do it rapidly and see if it comes out
Yeah,
okay.
let's see what happens.
Okay, so he does an I here, goes swooping over to the D, and then you have the R here.
Oh, so no
So,
stem of the D. He just uses, or no stem on the R.
no stem on the R, yeah, and he uses like the front face of the D as the marker for the stem
Cool.
of the R. So let's see if we can try to do it all in proportion.
Lori, no, it was Lisa's. In Omaha, I believe, was where I signed that one wrong. We were chilling at the bar, and I was chatty and spelt it wrong.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I would have never thought to use the D and just not have a stem on the R.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. I mean, he's very creative. I couldn't come up with anything better than that. I was doing ridiculous things like trying to connect the R to the I.
I messed up partway through. How does it? Oh, the R just finishes.
Yeah, the R just finishes. Yeah.
There.
I think he had a smaller loop. There's like, he had a really great balance on his, as you might imagine. He had been practicing it a little bit and sent me
Right.
what I assume was the best photo. But yeah, I think his exit on the R, the loop was a little bit smaller.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have never thought to start with the I and run backwards.
I would start. I would. That would be my initial thought. Would be to do it that way. Just anytime there's an I that's at the end, one of the
Mm,
only ways to connect them are really to get it out of the way early, and then move your
gotcha.
way back to the left.
Yeah,
But
connect to everything else from the I, right?
yeah. Oh, that's messy. Okay.
Yeah, his transition from the D into the R was
So
was
he
pretty
threads
sharp.
this bit, and then when he's coming around here, this is this little loop. It
Yeah,
doesn't also thread. Is
it
it just sort of floating?
so the the so there are two ways in my memory at least it
Mm.
looks. So he has one where he comes into the D. Let's just do the D part. So he comes into the D, and then he from here, instead of looping, he just goes straight up and then
Ah,
does the
yeah,
loop
yeah, yeah.
there. That's one way that I remember it. But I also feel like I remember it where he would do the D, and then there was a loop here and then a loop there. But I
Okay,
know that he's lifting here because he had the lift mark.
got you.
Um, but I can't remember if there's a loop or not. I would assume that there was.
He likes the little loops. He calls them cute.
Well, it was very cute. Can't really argue with him there.
That's not right. Oh, be in frame. Okay, so that's just too close together. What up, Walker? This is, I believe this is the second guest stream. I'm pretty sure I've done a stream. I just can't remember if it was on YouTube or where it happened or if it was on the Discord. But I did a stream with James, not with James, with Brian once upon a time.
Hi, Walker.
Oh, see, so there's no flubity doo, but there is a fluxagy. So
Oh,
these are
nice.
like, I'm not crazy off. There's these, you could just make up a word, and there's probably a pretty close Zentangle to it.
Fluxagy. That's a great word. Who comes up with these names?
So Annie, I would probably be smart to take a pause after I do the capital D, but I feel like at the moment I'm not. I'm just kind of rocking all the way through. Drunk people. It's possible. Okay. Oh, give me a hairline, please. Okay, yeah, if I give myself just more space. Here we go. Still too close together.
Yeah, that's the issue I have with them as well, is kind of eyeballing how much space you need between the I and that loop.
It's gotta go so much farther over. I'm not executing the D very good at the moment, so it's also taking up more space than it should.
It's a pretty hard letter.
It's the worst. I'm glad I don't have one in my name. Ish. Now,
Oh, that's a little better. As my well-designed jokes, huh, Walker? Yeah. Yeah, well, what happens is the more you tell jokes, the more you look like your jokes. That's kind of what's happened to me. I'm surprised that Walker likes my sarcasm. I feel like yeah, it's a pretty hit or miss kind of thing.
I think the sarcasm is good. It's the tricky bit is not knowing when you're being sarcastic.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I really don't like it when people take me too seriously. So I feel
Right.
like you just establish strong sarcasm from the beginning, and then you don't
I
really
don't
have to
know that
worry
I've
about that.
ever I don't know that I've ever heard you be what I would call serious before. I have to just be anything that comes out of Diego's mouth. I just have to assume is a joke, unless he lets me know otherwise. It's sort of how I go into any Diego interaction.
Yeah,
But
it's not that tricky, Eric. Yeah, it's 100% sarcasm.
yeah,
Yeah.
the tricky bit, yeah, it's not knowing if it's sarcasm. It's sarcasm. But for me, I don't always get the references. I know on the Discord you'll make like DM things sometimes like I don't know what you're talking about, and then just because I don't always get the reference, it's a good reference, and when you say I'm like okay, that makes a lot of sense, but I don't always get the reference, and that's on me, not on you.
All right, I'll make sure to remember that. Yeah, that is a tricky thing, Marilyn. I actually I'm surprised the first time we met. You remember it was at Omaha.
You were chilling at the bar in the lobby in Omaha.
No, that's not where we first met.
I'm pretty sure
Was it? I thought it was at one of
it
the.
was the very first night we had just arrived.
Oh, that's right. That is where we
It
met.
was the very first.
I thought it was at the study room around one of the round tables. And I
That might have
said
been.
something kind of cheeky, and you immediately recognized it as sarcasm. I was like, "Oh, great!
Well, yeah,
I'm
because I
glad that
remember.
he's
I feel
not
like at the
offended."
very beginning, and I could be misarranging things, but I feel like it was the very, very start, and at the bar, you were explaining to me because it was a work trip for you basically.
Right? Yeah.
And you were explaining that to me at the bar, sort of before the conference got going. So I didn't. I mean, I knew you from online, but I didn't know you. I think. I met Eric at that conference too. That was a good conference for meeting dope people.
That was a good conference. It was
Eric, straight up.
smaller.
Eric's probably my favorite story about how I met another penman. Because I was just chilling with, I believe it was Skylar and Kahlo, and we were just hanging out at a table, and Eric just rocked right up and was like, "What's up?" and just joined, and then he's just part of the crew ever since. He just came right in and said, high, and it was dope. I liked it very much. A lot of penmen, and nothing against them for this, but a lot of them are shy, so it's very uncommon for people just to like join in, and I absolutely love that.
Well, Eric's a different breed. He's from San Bernardino like me.
Mm. What if we did? This might not work, but we're gonna wing it and see what happens.
What's the pen club?
You should come to the pen club. I don't know what the pen. I'm assuming that's a fountain pen. Is that a Discord or a club? Oh, oh, because you guys are in San Bernardino, so there's the.
Oh, there's an OC pen club.
I was a part of the California Pen Club. Wait, what was it called? The California Pen Collectors Club? I can't remember the name of it. I was a member of that for a long time. I didn't know there was an Orange County one as well. Skeet, I am using a sharpened 101 currently.
This one is a Spencerian 96. No, number 6.
Spencerian 6. I don't even know what that feels like.
It's a muscular. It's a BP pen. It's very stiff. It has a muscular on it. I think that's the text on it. Let me see. Yeah, it says Spencerian Muscular School, England, and it's number 6. It's either it's definitely number 6. It actually might be number 61. So it's either 96, 61, or 6. It's one of those.
Gotcha.
Pretty sure it's a 61.
Nice. A nib I have never used before. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. You know Juan Mercado?
Yes.
He had sent me a bunch of business penmanship nibs.
Dope.
He said rank them and get them and let him know which one's the best. So I still haven't gone through all of them, but I plan on eventually making a video where I'll kind of
started with one and you liked it, and that's as far as you got.
Yeah, actually he had given me the Gelato Registry pen. Have you ever tried that one? I forget the number on it, but that one is it's actually very similar to this one, and I really like that one. It has really nice feedback on it and a really fine point.
Sweet.
So I spent
that a lot of the business penmanship pens, as somebody who does that a lot, do you find a lot of them very similar? And I'll pose this question to people in the chat as well. Like when because there's so many different kinds of nibs out there in the vintage nib world. And I know there's just like a few that we use in the ornamental penmanship world, but I know there are people out there. I'm not one of them just because I haven't used them enough, but like all of the thousands of different numbers and whatnot that I feel like there's so many that are so similar, but they were different in such like intricate little tiny ways.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if I'm sophisticated enough to know the difference between the ones that I like the registry, the 1066. That's the right number, Eric. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And this one are very similar, and they might actually just be clones of one another. But this one is a little bit bigger, so it's got to be different. And they just give good feedback, and they're very fine points. But I think the thing about them that makes them nice is that the longer you write with them, they kind of break in.
They sort of burnish themselves and get smooth. And do they get a little bit of? Do they get any? Not flexibility is the wrong word, but any like softness.
They don't really smoothen out. Like they maintain their feedback, but what happens is the point isn't as fine, and I actually like a slightly worn in point that gives you a little bit of a line.
So they sort of burnish themselves a little bit. Well, there's enough material there to actually round out and not be so darn sharp like an OP nib, which makes sense, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Like I have an Esterbrook A1 that I've been writing with since at least 2018, maybe earlier.
Wow.
And that the point on that one is fantastic. Like it gives such a thick line compared to this one. Actually, I should put it in just to show the difference. But the A1 is very flexible. And so I would say for
Well,
the
yeah, the
most
A1's very similar to like a Spencerian #1 or Esterbrook
yeah,
357. What's the one I'm thinking about?
I think there's a 356 that's very flexible. There's also a 128. Are you thinking of the 128?
I'm thinking of. I have to get up. Yes, the 128.
Yeah, the 128 is a really
One of
nice
those little
tube.
guys.
Yeah.
Is very. I
Yeah.
mean, that's basically that's the. To me, that feels like the Spencerian one, the Esterbrook 128, the other one that we mentioned that I'm already forgetting, are all sort of. To me, they feel the same. Like the Esterbrook A1, because the A1 and the 128 are very, very similar, are they not?
Yeah, I would say so. But again, I don't feel like I'm sophisticated enough to know or be able to tell the difference between
Right. What up,
such
David?
similar nibs. Hey, David.
I feel like, yeah, when I use any nib that's like a BP nib, my brain just says, ooh, I should sharpen this. And I can't, I don't get over that hump of, ooh, I want this to be finer. Always. Because there's no such thing as fine enough, basically, and my brain is stuck on that. Which is not the best, but.
Yeah, so this is that A1. You can immediately see how
Oh,
thick
yeah.
the line is compared to the other one. And this is a pen that I've probably been writing with for 5 years or so.
Nice.
It's done a lot of pages of exercises.
That's awesome. I mean, Walker, that kind of goes for all nibs. Late, a lot of the nibs got pretty. Some of them can be pretty crummy in quality down the like. Well, we were just chatting on the Create Room recently about the was it the Gillette 170, and I posted the video or the photo of a good one, but then another vintage one that is pretty garbagey, but they're still both vintage.
And that makes them $30 on eBay.
Ay ay ay! Don't get me started. It drives me nuts.
Maybe that's why I'll stick with BP because I can just get one nib and it will last me the rest of my life.
Right, you're good there. I mean, I'm good with all I need is to get. I just need to. I want to refine the way the nib slit is cut in the 101, and I'll be happy. I don't mind that it's not quite as much feedback as the Principality and whatnot. It's just the point. I just want the tines to be ever so slightly better for tuning and whatnot, and then I don't care. I'm happy.
I've never tuned a dip nib. I've only
Ever?
tuned no. I've only ever tuned the fountain pens that I have,
Oh,
but very mildly too. Like I'm
right. Dip
not
nibs
doing
are so
anything
much
crazy.
easier than fountain pen nibs. They don't have, I mean, they don't have the, well, harder tipping material for one, but also just the geometry is a lot less sophisticated on a dip pen. They're just pointy or not pointy, basically,
Right, because
versus fountain pens that are all different.
there's no feed or anything to work through.
Right. I'm gonna start copying Diego here. I'm just gonna write what you write.
Oh, I want to ask you what your
Hmm.
business penmanship signature is.
My business? I don't really have one. I just basically do. I need to make a proper one. When I have to do a business penmanship signature, I just do essentially my OP one.
Without shades. Ooh,
Like that.
ooh, ooh, that is fancy.
So it's the virtually the same as my OP. I just don't curve this stroke as much because it doesn't go into a stem. Um, yeah, very similar though. I don't have a proper made one. I should make one.
Ooh, I don't know if I could do that.
but I just
Wait.
follow the same. Because you start with the G.
Okay.
Uh-oh, there's a hair in my nib for sure.
All right.
Oh yeah, Diego's looking all cool with his sunglasses. I need to step my game up here.
Okay, my loop needs to go outside of that.
There, I gotta look. I gotta match the stream's flyness.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Are those blue blockers as well?
No. I don't think these... I don't even know if these are a brand. I got these on the beach in... Oh, there's Antonio Verde. Italian
Oh, wow.
design. I got them on the beach in... Where was I? In... Boracay. Years ago.
Okay, we're getting closer.
Were you going back to the other nib?
No, I need to get a new sheet of paper.
Ah. What's going on, Lene? Good evening to you. We got detention, apparently. Right on, right on. Doing well, Lene. How are you doing? You gotta have... It's a shade stream. I need to find... I have a pair of those, like, orange sunglasses with the... that have the lines through them that I would wear to be cool right now. But I think one of my ferns is wearing them somewhere.
Well, I think you look cool.
Why, thank you. Oh, I've never written in sunglasses before. Everything feels so dark. This feels weird.
Yeah, these glasses they're super red. So whenever I teach in the evenings, I always put these on because it's like till 10 o'clock at night. I'm teaching in front of a computer, and
That
it
makes
just
sense.
kind of helps ease the time in front of the screen.
That's
And
valid.
when they're showing their artwork, sometimes I'm totally misreading the colors, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I love this color!" And then I take off the glass, and I'm like, "Oh, actually, it's not that good."
That's like... That reminds me of... Recently I learned... in the Emerald City... In... It's not Alice in Wonderland. In Wicked... The Emerald City isn't actually a green city. Everybody in the city just wears green-hued glasses.
Wait, is that a real thing, or
Mm-hmm.
is this canon, or is
I mean,
this?
somebody can fact check me, but apparently I learned that that's canon. And I learned it on QI, the TV show. So I feel like if it's on QI, it has to be real. Yeah, in The Wizard of Oz. It's not actually a green city. Everybody just thinks it's green because everybody wears green glasses.
Oh, interesting.
Apparently. This is new knowledge for me.
What a metaphor.
All right, what should we do, Diego? Should we do
Oh,
something?
I thought we were doing it already.
I mean, this can be what we're doing. That is okay.
Do you have any ideas for fun games? I was thinking about bringing Twister, but I was like, I couldn't figure out how we would play.
It's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody through like COVID, there must have been people that did games of Twister and whatnot on remotely. potentially.
Yeah, but it was probably on different platform or something. What model are you following for BP?
Oh,
Uh,
oh, sorry.
go-
That's a good
Walker,
question,
I
actually.
don't. So I jump around a lot. I have jumped around a lot, but recently I've been trying to be more in line with Champions book, just because I was thinking about submitting for IAMPETH. But yeah, I jump around quite a bit.
You should, and will you be the second person to ever apply with movement writing?
Well, the only reason I wanted to apply for next year is that if I pass, you're signing it, right?
This is true.
Okay, so yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good. I never really thought about that. To
Well,
the
yeah,
world, if you, I'll be the one signing your signing your certificates if you
yeah,
pass, if you start or if you apply this coming year. Oh, that's kind of
yeah.
fun. That's also very stressful. What if I mess up?
Oh, somebody is asking. You probably know their name. Polished and assembled.
Oh,
Who's me?
I raised my microphone and lowered yours a little bit. So
Oh, okay.
when we were answering Walker's question, so I'll
Gotcha.
ask now,
Gotcha.
Lene, if that sounds better, or if I might be too high now, or we can tweak things. You guys let me know. It's easy to tweak stuff. I mean, Walker, I'm okay with it. I don't mind. It's good practice for me. I can't guarantee they'll all be perfect. I mean, they'll just look. This is what I'll be signing on everybody's certificate. In hopefully, all my only request
Yeah.
is, well, if it doesn't matter as much for proficiency because the certificate that I sign comes from IAMPETH. But if you're doing excellence in something, it'd be cool if it's paper that I can still write normally on. If not, I'll have to sort of draw the signature a little bit more because I don't want to risk doing movement on soft watercolor paper and whatnot would be stressful.
Wait, so for the proficiency, it's a wet signature, right? It's not.
Sorry?
It's a wet signature for the proficiency
It is,
certificate?
yeah. It's just the
Okay.
certificate. We don't sign the actual proficiency pieces.
Right, right, right. It's printed.
IAMPETH has a certificate that says Certificate of Proficiency, so it's printed on. We basically decide. They probably already have the paper chosen. I don't know. I've never written on it, so I'm not sure. But
Gotcha.
ideally, I would imagine it's capable, good paper.
I see. I
No,
think
Jose,
Jose.
we recorded this before,
Yeah, I think
so
he's
this
on
is
to
all
us.
scripted. And
Yeah.
Jose's just, or sorry, and luckily Diego is just answering questions and whatnot. Exactly when we planned to ask them. No, yeah, he is live as well.
Actually, this whole Michael G. Ward thing is an AI production that I've put on for a long time, and now I'm just kind of revealing it slowly to you all.
Right. MG Ward, he's not even on YouTube. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is Diego's second channel. Also, go follow Diego, everybody.
You don't have to. It's all right.
I mean, no, you don't have to, but you
Yeah.
should, because why not? Oh, it's a high GSM paper. Is it smooth? Like, can I get nice writing on it? That's why I'm so in tune with the chat walker, because
Yeah.
technically my programming is I don't do anything unless it's driven by the chat. We're prompt driven. That actually reminds me of years ago, during the Vancouver Olympics, I was doing street performing, and I was a robot with a buddy of mine. We were painted gold and whatnot, but we were just frozen. We didn't do anything. And then when somebody put a coin in the thing, that's when we would start moving for just like a couple seconds, and then just like one little movement, and then somebody else would put a coin in, and we'd move a little bit more. We were fully driven by money until one of
Yeah.
us thought there was enough coins, and then I would go down and press play on the record player or on the not record player on the I guess it would have been a was it a CD player? No, it would have been just I don't know, something on the boombox. And then we did a whole routine and then froze again afterwards. It was good times.
I did a performance once. It wasn't
Yeah?
a dance. It wasn't a dance performance. It was. I got invited to do a performance at a gallery. And have I ever told you about the feet washing?
I feel like maybe
So
feet washing? I feel like this is
yeah.
ringing a bell, but I definitely don't know the story.
So I did a feet wash performance like years ago in college, and then a gallery asked me to kind of do it again at another gallery. So I decided to do something a little bit different, and I had this sign that said like free foot wash at 6 o'clock, and then I dressed up in a business suit, and I had like a stool and stage and everything. And then at the very bottom of the sign, I had fine print saying that you only get the first foot free, and if you want the second foot, you have to pay for it. And so yeah, I would just wash one foot. And this one guy showed up, and he loved the idea, and he kept throwing 20s for people to get the second foot washed. So I
Oh,
don't
so
know if he just
this guy likes feet.
yeah, he liked feet a lot, or he just really liked the idea of the art project. But I made so much money that hour, I didn't care, I was just stoked
It
to have
That's
funded an
amazing.
hour.
That's really
Yeah.
I love that your street performing was washing feet. That's so random, but also awesome.
Yeah, I really want to do one at an airport, but then I'm kind of scared of like the level of randomness you'll get with people and
Right.
who's interested in getting their feet washed. You know,
Random, but also it'd be so neat as just like a social experiment as well because people aren't themselves at airports. People turn
that's true.
into a whole different world when they're at an airport. So it'd be
Yeah.
fascinating to see just like yeah, what kind of walks of life you should do it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it.
Well,
That's
I
how
think
pay for Iampath. You could do a Virginia feet washing setup in Norfolk. No, you're not
we
coming to Norfolk. In Salt Lake City.
no. Yeah, maybe in Salt Lake.
That's how
In
you can
Salt
pay
Lake,
for
it might
something.
actually be a pretty good audience for it because there are a lot of like religious undertones to feet washing,
Oh,
and
really?
so
But
maybe,
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
yeah. And outside of the U.S., it's not that uncommon as a gesture, but in the U.S., it's kind of weird. So I think at an international airport, it'd be interesting to see how
Oh, yeah.
welcoming
People that
it
are
might
into
be
it,
for
people that
people.
think it's
Yeah,
weird, people that think it's totally common, people who've never been
right.
here before and think it's a normal thing here. Yo, I went to the States and they wash feet at the airport.
Yeah, yeah. The shoe shine stations. I'd want to do it like on a shoe shine station,
Oh, yeah, totally.
and to have hot water at tap there and all set up. Get some essential oils. The only problem is that people think I have a foot fetish now, and it's I
Yes,
I
they
really I
definitely
really
would.
don't. I
They
really
definitely
don't.
would. I definitely think you do. I think I
Yeah,
have a print block here somewhere.
it says foot fetish on it.
No, but it it really raised Michael Saul and I's eyebrows when we found it. Because I showed it to him and he looked at it and it was mirrored, so it takes a second. It's like, does that say what I think it says? But it's the American Footprint Association. But it was in with all the like it was a block made by Zayner Blozer. So it's in with all the penmanship ones, and then there's just one that is like the American Footprint Association, which is
I wonder what they
hilarious.
did. What were they up to?
It has to be some kind of somebody gave once an idea of why it made sense or what they probably did, and it's got to be some kind of analysis like fingerprints and things like that, I would assume, but who knows.
That would make sense.
I would have to I feel like I looked it up and didn't find anything, but I could also be making that up. I might have not looked it up. Ooh, good question, Annie. So Annie wants to know, do we only use a straight holder for BP or can we use an oblique holder as well? I will let Diego answer this question.
Uh, yeah, I think it's fine. I think whatever you'd like to use. I honestly haven't really noticed a huge difference between using the two. I think in oblique, you end up having a more dramatic slant to your writing.
Mm.
And I really like a more upright BP. Like if I look at Zayner's stuff, I think he was at is it lower or higher angle? lower angle. Yeah, a lower slant. And so it felt a little bit more upright, and I kind of like the look of that. But I don't think there's a right or a wrong way. I
I
think
agree,
I just
100%.
use a straight holder out of ease. And also, this is, I think, my most expensive pen holder, so I just use this one all the time.
Nice. The oblique, the tricky bit with an oblique, and sort of, I don't know if it's exactly why Walker's mentioning it, but with an oblique, if you're using a nib and whatnot that isn't um, specifically made for BP, it's much easier to get shades and stuff where you don't want them because your tines are opening up on the slant angle. You will always get, well, I'll say I will always get better hairlines with a straight pen than I will with an oblique holder when I'm doing business penmanship or something like that. So if I want my business penmanship to look the best, I will use a straight pen. I think a straight pen is the best tool to use for BP. Do you have to use one? I don't think so. I do the majority of my practice and everything with oblique holder, but that's primarily me just being lazy because it's the pen I have on my desk. So it's the pen I use for everything. Um, but I do think I get better quality work when I use a straight pen versus an oblique for whatever reason.
Is David still in the chat? This is the oblique pen
He
holder I
hasn't
got from
said
David.
anything in a while. Last week he came in, said what up, and then peaced out. So I'm not sure.
Makes sense.
Victorian saucy ankle content.
Ooh, that's good. I should
I
write
like
that.
that.
I don't know if an oblique is harder to control. Would you say that the oblique pen is harder to control?
If I'm doing BP, I find it just I would get unintentional shades where I don't want them sometimes, I think. If I'm using a super flexible nib, like if I'm using a 101 or something like that to do my BP. Um, but as control wise, for me, the tip of the pen is in the same spot no matter what tool I use. So that's why to me it virtually doesn't make a difference. Other than I do get better hairlines when I write with a straight pen, and that's just because I'm assuming because the nib that I was using and the tines aren't going the direction of the writing. You're basically doing a side stroke all the time. Yeah, this is a discussion that does come up quite often. I think it was it GC Green, I think, in the Business Educator, that he was not the only penman to say this by any stretch, but he was the first penman that I read in an actual publication say, use whatever tool you want. He recommended the straight holder for beginning penman and whatnot, but he admitted that he does the majority of his practice in writing and whatnot with an oblique holder as well. So when I read that, I was like, cool, I can too. So then I just basically stopped using straight pens. But if I do, because I also want to apply for my, if I'm allowed, I want to apply for my certificate in business penmanship next year with movement writing, and I will be doing that with a straight pen.
Oh, okay. Past masters strongly deprecated oblique for BP.
Which doesn't make sense. Why, though? If you can control a pen and do all the control stuff they can do with business penmanship, or sorry, with ornamental penmanship, then they were all as good at business penmanship as anything else. That's what they mastered before they started doing OP. So I feel like
Yeah,
I
what
don't
was
know.
the order of operation for them? Did they start with BP and then go to?
I would wager 99% of them were BP. That's every publication says to to learn BP first and then move on to get ornamental and artistic and whatnot.
Interesting.
What's going on, Kathy? Accidentally, Steve. Who's talking about OnlyFans in the chat right now, Lene? What's going on here?
It's related
She got
to the
stuck
Victorian
on feet content.
Yeah.
You've started something.
It was pretty risky to bring up, but you know.
Yeah, I definitely think BP first and then OP is the
Right.
I'll call it the smartest road probably to proficiency and whatnot. Because I think the better you get at BP, it's just gonna help your OP journey. But OP first, you can do OP. I mean, that's what I did, but I feel like the fine control you won't have as much because you'll always be used to going sort of flourishy and big and fancy and whatnot. You don't have the intricate control, or not to say you don't have, but you likely have less.
Right.
Maybe.
But OP allows for a lot of lifting.
Yes.
Well, you could do it with business penmanship too, but I
See,
think
and
part of the
I'm
reason.
personally a firm believer of I don't like lifting, the idea even of lifting if I'm doing business penmanship. If I'm doing like a sample of business penmanship for people to see or for print or something, then I would potentially lift like I would an OP. But business penmanship had a purpose. They
Right.
didn't lift because it was to go fast.
Right.
So and many people do, and there's no shame in that. Obviously, they're writing. That's how you get the best writing. But I feel like that's sort of, and it doesn't have another name, but I wouldn't necessarily call that BP anymore because business penmanship is designed to go fast and fluid for business because there weren't typewriters and stuff. You had to write hella fast and super clean and recognizable and whatnot. So I don't like lifting. That's why I think it was not long ago I posed the question to people, or it probably was long ago, but it doesn't feel like long. I posed about the T because in OP we do that like the undercurve and then the shade and then you finish. But in OP that should in business penmanship that should all be essentially one stroke, not just doing up,
Yeah.
down, and out, not breaking it into two. But I feel like a lot of people do, which is okay. But
I really like JJ Bailey's tea though. I mean, it's not his tea, but the way he would do it.
Yeah. That's what I'll use similar for an ending T now. I used to do the overturn at the end. But now I come up every once in a while I'll intentionally go make this thicker so you can see it. Slightly, like not a full retrace, but slightly to the left. Just so I get that little yeah, if we go fast, that usually just sort of ends up happening by accident. But I started just liking the look of it, and it made me, for like an OP ending T, want to start doing things like actually crossing all the way over and through, which looks like a little mini capital A, which is probably not the best. The oblique pen holder in the business office. The Western penman takes the ground now. It is as it always has, that the oblique pen holder and the fine pen have no place in the business office. See, that's so sure, but I
what
think
a
it's
stiff.
dumb. It's sort of like, okay, but I don't get why, because
who invited Dad to the party?
What's with all these rules, Walker? What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care to write that fast either.
Right.
I feel like there was a purpose for it once upon a time, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Well, yeah, now that's I would assume the same viewpoint is anybody who lifts a lot when doing business penmanship at all. But I kind of feel like, meh. I mean, if you want to lift, lift. If you don't want to lift, don't lift. Doesn't matter.
Right.
I personally don't. I like to lift as little as possible in general, anyways. I'm well aware that it produces less exact work and whatnot, but I just like the idea of not having to. I like lowercase s with delusions of grandeur. That's this ending T. That's funny. We could make it if we curve that ever so slightly.
Oh yeah, the T with the cross. Or you're going back, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I cross back, I try to keep it within the entry stroke.
Yes, which makes sense. It's just when I get crazy
But
that I
now it looks kind of
normally
like
it's
an
like that
A.
inside that little like I did the big one. But
Yeah. Yep. Words were money.
it's true.
Also, let's talk about the A for a second because this made me think of it.
Mm-hmm.
The letter A in cursive, everybody thinks that this part is the letter A over here,
Mm-mm.
but the letter A is actually right here,
Booyah.
right?
So should I
That's
start
just that.
should I
This is
start
the
crossing
entry.
my A's now?
Well, yeah, if you're going into a word, right? And then you start right here.
Oh,
I feel like
A's.
we need to know this.
Well, that kind of looks cool.
Eric, wait, Eric, what are you disagreeing with? Are you disagreeing with my A?
Is that the entomology, not the right word, but the origin of the lowercase a?
Honestly,
Or of the capital K, I mean?
I'm
A.
just making things up as I go, to be honest with you. But I think this looks
Diego
right to
coming
me.
on my stream, spitting fake news. What's going on here? Just because you
But
wear
okay,
sunglasses on my stream?
well, the question is, did the uppercase letters derive from the lowercase letters, or are the lowercase letters derived from the uppercase letters? Because Eric is saying you can't cross the lowercase a.
I mean, you can.
But if we look at a Roman a, right, it's like this.
Yes.
So if we assume that the cursive a is coming from the Roman a, I don't
So
know.
the question then is, where did this variation of the capital A come from and why? Other than, like, I get that it's a larger version of the lowercase a, but why?
Right. Yeah, well, you're asking the wrong person. We'll have to find an expert on this. I have the same question.
Oops.
BP uppercase maybe not came first. Well, it may be, or maybe it did. I don't know. I don't know.
Get your Google on, chat.
Oh, ask Paul. Yeah. Does
He would
Paul ever
know.
join the streams?
No. You know, Skylar would know as well. I feel like Skylar would for sure know. Lots of the Europeans would probably know as well.
I don't know. It just makes sense that that's the way that they is.
It is fun that it fits in there, that it's crossed.
Yeah.
You say Kahlo are here? What? Kahlo's not in the chat, is she? What are you talking about, Marilyn? Well, yeah, Roundhand, coming from Roundhand makes sense. Oh,
Right.
I don't think Kahlo's here, no. I don't believe so. She's normally at the gym, I believe, at this time.
Oh, I forgot I'm not on a flexible nib. So who's going to be the next guest?
I don't know. David Grimes has expressed interest in doing a stream.
Ooh, that'd be awesome.
So since everybody wants me to do an Engrosser Script stream,
Ooh, there you go.
maybe that'll be the Engrosser Script stream, potentially. I don't know if David's still here. David pops in, says what's up, and then pieces out. He could still be here. He could be just hanging out, and he just could be listening to us. I don't know, but he does that relatively often. Ooh, congratulations, Kathy. That's exciting. I'm sad that I don't have a garden or anything like that. That sounds like a lot of work. I did buy a new plant. Yesterday? Was it yesterday? Yeah, last night I bought a new plant. Shouldn't have, but I did. We named it Angel because it's a... I say we. I named it Angel. I was with a friend of mine and I were deciding what to name it. And she came up with the name Angel because we were going to name it Bob Marley because it looks like it has dreadlocks. But the person I bought it from referred to it as she. And I know Marley is a girl's name, but I didn't want it to feel like it was Bob Marley. And then Bob Marley sings about Angel. So we named it Angel. I. It's cool looking though. It's massive, but it's cool looking. I'll post a picture in the Discord plants channel eventually. Speaking of the Discord, there will be new shirts very soon, probably within the next few days up there. The new Creatrium design. There will be shirts in the Discord. Or in my store. If people are interested in Creatrium shirts.
Moderators get a free shirt, right?
Oh, do they?
For our service.
I'm not really... I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
Man,
Undecided.
I work hard. You know how often I check that Discord?
Yeah. Changing people's usernames to bug them.
Yeah. Well, I think he liked it, actually.
He kept it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I sent him a private message. I let him know how to change it. But I think it's grown on him.
That's good. Calligraphist.
Yeah.
What was the one I thought of? I said another one. There it is, Lene. I was waiting. We were when we were having that whole conversation about calligraphist, there was another term that I was saying I wanted to use from now on. Calligraphizer, was it that one? I don't remember.
Calligraphist.
Calligraphist.
Yeah.
What up, Manish? Welcome, welcome.
Hello. Please tell us about Diego's visit tonight. Well, I kind of just barged in, and
he hacked my stream.
I hacked his stream. Yeah, he can't end it until I say. Yeah, I told him the ransom is in grocers.
Oh, we have to do. That's how I get out of it.
That's how he gets out of it. Yeah. So we'll be here till next week, I think, till David shows up.
Engrosser script. Can't I just do shaded Spencerian instead?
To be honest with you, I'm such a noob, I probably wouldn't even know the difference.
They're very similar, well, but they're also very different. I guess what's similar is Madara script and Spencerian shaded Spencerian are very, very similar. But different, in my opinion. Do you have a favorite word, Diego? Are you a minimum writer or what's your word?
Like the first thing that I write every time that I'm sitting down at the table?
Yeah.
I almost always write American business cursive if I'm just
Oh, you like the whole
practicing.
American business cursive?
Yeah, because it's
Interesting.
the ABCs, just
Oh, that
practice.
makes sense.
Yeah, and then sometimes I'll continue on and see what other words I can come up with.
American business cursive dramatically elevates forms going home. I'm
So dramatic, yeah.
slowing down.
It's anticlimactic, kind of.
Yeah, it is 100%. Apologies. I wonder if there's ever been like a contest to see who can make the best like poem or story that uses the alphabet. There should
Well,
be.
I had a creative writing class, and that was one of the assignments. Is you use every letter of the alphabet in succession as the beginning of the word, and then we would also do it. So every week we'd start off with this exercise, and the first week it's A through Z, and then
Mm.
the second week it's Z through A, and then the
Oh,
third week it's A Z B Y C X, and then the fourth week it's N M O L P K Q J. Right, so you're going from the inside out. And then the fifth week you go A, skip B, go to C, go back to B, skip C, go to
that's such
D.
a
And
cool exercise.
yeah, so you just change the order and they have to come up with different poems. It was kind of like a good warm-up exercise.
Warm up, that would take forever for me.
No, it's like the first 20 minutes of class or so. It was a 4-hour class, so
Okay, got
yeah.
you. Albuquerque.
I know that I thought you were about to write Albuquerque, to be
I
honest
was
with you.
thinking of what I saw it in the chat. I do really like, I kind of want to, because I want to design an Albuquerque shirt just because it's been such a thing now. But I've been inspired, Walker. I kind of want to have on the front or maybe on the back. I want to put what you just said. What's the Alba word? Which is very very funny to me. What's
That is
the
pretty
Alba
good.
word?
That's
Albuquerque.
yeah, that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, it's full on a Creatrium meme. There was, there used to be a Calligra meme channel. There was a couple of them once upon a time, and then they kind of fizzled out.
That sounds like it could get us into some trouble.
It was fun. There was also a secret. There was a bunch of penmen had the a bunch of calligraphers had the password to it. There was a I'm outing some secrets back in the day. It was all swear words. Um, but it was nobody's official account because we would be frowned upon if we posted swear words on our social media back in the day by the older generation. So there was a separate channel that was people would log in and only post swear words. Um, but I don't remember what it was. It was a
This was
long
in the
time ago.
Discord.
What?
This was in the Discord?
Oh no, this was on Instagram back in like
Oh.
2015, a
Oh,
long time ago.
interesting.
In the early days of Instagram. Oh, come
Hmm.
on. So your word is American business cursive. Okay.
That's what I'll start with that.
It's a
Typically.
good start. I write creative or creativity more than, has to
Ooh.
be at least 5 times more than any other word I've ever written. The weirdest thing about the word Albuquerque in when it was used in that sentence that people had to write was just the traditional Spencerian Q is so strange. I love Spencerian, but I do not like the original Q. I will be honest.
You were talking about this last week as well, right?
I feel like it comes up all the time. It's just such a weird. It just doesn't look good. That harsh point at the top.
It's a little funky. You know which letter has been getting on my nerves is the X from the champion method.
Oh, is that the one no loop or loop?
No loop.
Mm. Wait here, let's get a real quick reference. I'll pull it. It's
Yeah,
right.
that one's hard. Oh, you have that book?
I have, yes.
You have an original print of it?
Yes. I'm not going to pull out the original print now, but yes.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen one come up.
But I just printed out the scanned copy of it that I use for my own reference. Mary Champion.
Nice. Just look at the like page 3 or 7 or something like that. It's right at the beginning.
Just that little guy. Whoops.
Yeah. Yeah, it goes below the baseline, and then if it's connecting, it ends right at the baseline.
Yeah. Where's the page where she teaches it?
I don't remember the number, but it's towards the
I'll
end.
find it. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
very rounded. Where, like, her connection is. That's way more round than I would expect.
Also, in the exercise, the warm-up exercise, she has a loop on the bottom of it as the exit.
Yes, she loops
like,
the right here.
No, why isn't that? Yeah, and then the exit.
Well, I guarantee there's writing of hers out there that does loop the bottom as well.
No, yeah, she definitely does, but I don't understand why
there's
she
any in here. See if
shows
I
it
can
in
find
the
an
exemplar.
example.
I think I went looking for it after Eric's thing. I don't know if I found any, but
That's what I did. Well, like for my class at IAMPIT this year, more examples of that QU. I tried to find a lot of examples in the wild, just to show that I didn't make this up. We all don't like it, but they legitimately did it this way. Which, and Walker has also stated before that that's in round hand and whatnot, I believe.
oh, that's good. This stream is too much middle school. I think you mean drama with these letter forms, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I imagine normal people would hear us talking about letter forms and think, "What are these two on?"
We're writing nerds. This is what we geek out over. Just looking for more X's. Not seeing any. The ones she has are the same as the ones. Oh, I'm excited. I heard word from my scanner. My copy of the new Spencerian Compendium should be finished being scanned within the next week or two, I think.
Nice.
Which is very exciting, because I don't think a good scan of that book actually exists anywhere. So hopefully it's a good quality anyways, fingers crossed.
So you paid for somebody to scan it?
Yes. I've actually now paid for 2 people to scan it. I took it to a professional scanning company. I'm actually really familiar with the actual scanner apparatus, like everything they use. But the person who scanned it was just did a really crappy job. I think the camera settings they were using were trash. So I complained and basically got my money back because it was garbage. And they kept saying, "Oh, like with some finessing, like you can get it look like post production, it can look really good." Like, no, I didn't pay you this much money to have to finesse an image. I want an image that if I wanted to print this book, your scan should I should be able to take it straight to a printer and print it in almost 1-to-1. And it was not even close to that. So got my money back and then found another scanner. And then a lot of time went by before I actually ended up meeting with him and dropping it off and whatnot. But I dropped it off right before I went on tour. And then he
Somebody
said,
local?
Yeah, well, he's like a 30 minutes or whatnot from me, but yeah, local-ish, city local. Um, and then he just sent me an email last week saying that in the time that I've been away, they just updated a bunch of the stuff on his scanner so he can do an even better job than he would have been able to do. Um,
Oh,
so now he's catching up with the backlog because they were doing a bunch to upgrade and make the scanner better and whatnot. So
so he's actually scanning. He's not photographing.
no, it's sorry, photo scanning, but yeah, book
Okay.
scanning is yeah, photo scanning, but they still call it scanning.
Yeah.
Which I think, I mean, is I wouldn't want him to flatbed scan that book because I don't want to ruin the binding on it.
No. No. A lot of old
Palmer
Americans have
trauma.
palmar trauma.
I
Yeah.
would not be surprised. I would imagine a lot of them do have palmar trauma.
Yeah.
Palmar trauma. That should be a shirt. Do you
You
suffer
know,
from palmar trauma? Call 1-800 palmar trauma. What?
I do like that. I like that. Yeah.
I like
You
1
know what?
800.
That should be like an automatic comment. I get responses to videos at least. I want to say at least once a month, but it's probably more often than that. Where it's like, why do you even do Palmer method? It's pointless. It's so impractical.
It's not, though.
And then I can have this phone number. Call
1
1-800
800 palmar
Palmer
trauma.
Palmer trauma. Yeah, this is good. I like
We need
this.
to buy that phone number so if people call it, there's just like an automated message. We need to record something for 1 800 palmar trauma.
That's good. That's good.
It could be short 1 800 palm trauma.
Palm trauma. Yeah.
Palm trauma. Yeah, I definitely agree, Lene. It's more fun here than it would than doing penmanship in middle school. I enjoyed penmanship in school when I learned it. Um, I used to write just regular printed lowercase letters, and then when I learned cursive, I wrote only cursive until well, yeah, until I like when I first learned cursive when I was really young. I only did cursive, not great cursive by any stretch, but until grade 10. And then in grade 10, I took a drafting course and converted to capital block capitals for absolutely everything. I fully switched over. And now I only do cursive or handwriting when I'm making it pretty.
Yeah, I learned cursive when I was in. Yeah, Walker, you're right. That's the only letter that I did well. It was the G. Um, I
It's a
learned
bit
cursive
harsh.
in kindergarten, and I remember doing the oval drills and the line drills, but nobody told me how to do them. I was just tracing them, and
Yeah, you're
you're
just doing
scribbling.
just this.
You're scribbling. Yeah, well, not even that. I was probably just
Oh,
like
just
as fast as I can get through
Hey,
them.
you were unknowingly doing movement drills using your whole arm. Just, I mean, you were using the fist grip probably.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I was in fifth grade, so and nobody told you how to hold the pencil either. At least if they did, I don't remember.
Right, they probably did. You were just busy being Diego and not paying attention. That's how I feel about everything I learned in all of school, basically.
Yeah.
I don't remember learning any of it, but I probably did. I just probably wasn't paying attention.
But with those cursive skills, I tried to forge my dad's signature once, and it was such a hilarious attempt. I wrote because my dad's name's Ricardo, so for the signature, I in my best cursive at the time, I went Rico like that, and
Nice.
I submitted that, and the teacher
As
was
your
like, "Did
dad's
you do
signature.
this as my dad's signature?" Yeah, and the teacher was
Super
like,
believable. I could
"Did
totally
you do
believe
this?"
that an adult would sign his name like that for a business signature on a check.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was actually like I had gotten in trouble or something and needed my parents' signature. And I
How old
wrote
were you?
Rico. I must have been, I had to have been younger than 8. So maybe I was like
Nice.
6 or 7 when it happened.
Fist grip makes you wince. Fist grip. Could you do Well, here, let's do a fun, absolutely silly grip challenge, Diego. Pick a
Oh,
weird grip, and then we can both try to write regular penmanship, but with a grip that is completely unorthodox, that you'd never teach somebody to do.
what was the name of that handless penman? Was it
Oh God, I've tried to replicate sort of how he would
JC
hold the pen. JC Ryan, yeah.
JC Ryan, right? Yeah. Because he had like a couple fingers, right? And so he would like wedge
No,
it.
he didn't have. He was like forearm cut. He would
Oh,
basically he would hold the two together. Like if I, it's his is almost impossible. I would basically impossible to replicate with somebody with forearms because it wasn't just like no hands. There was
right.
like a, and it wasn't cut right here. He had, it wasn't his elbows coming together, but it was sort of like, I want to say like mid forearm is what it sort of looked like or seemed, and he would hold it there, and then that's how he would write. I feel like, which is
Wait a second. Was
bonkers.
he amputee or was he born that way?
I don't quote me on this. Somebody in the chat can fact check. I feel like born that way, but I genuinely
Yeah.
don't know.
I thought he was born that way as well. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that he had like a thumb or like a little finger that came out, but
No, well
maybe
here,
I'm
let me pull up
misremembering.
on my phone. What is there's a lot of Manish's having a lot of chat right now. What's going on in here?
Anthogryposis. I assume that's the condition that he had. Eric just threw.
Thank you very much, Eric. Our resident medical. Well, no, there's multiple
Yeah.
medical people in here. We got Marilyn in here as well today. Anybody else in the medical field? I wish there was more photos of JC Ryan. I mean, you can't really see from the picture, but he's basically like what it looks
Oh,
like
oh,
in
he's
that
got
photo.
both.
And I could be misunderstanding, but it almost seems like he's like the two are side by side and he's sort of like pinching it between his forearms
Right.
there.
Yeah.
It's what the picture looks like.
Wow. Well, this was a fun challenge. Thanks for letting me try.
Oh yeah, what grip did you pick?
Oh, I thought we were done. Didn't we
Oh,
just do it right?
I haven't seen you write with the pen in your elbows yet. What do you mean fun? We haven't done anything yet.
Let's see. I honestly don't know how to be that creative with my grip. I
So
have
do
seen. Let's
something
see.
ridiculous then. Try give me one of these. Oh, this is gonna make people cringe. Sorry everybody,
Yeah.
but I'm doing
Yeah.
it anyways. Give
I've
me
seen
like
this one
a
too.
between hold it between your index and your middle finger instead of your thumb and index finger. Oh, you're going the oh, you're right 2 fingers over?
This is
Okay.
how I think my sister holds the pen, and
There's
when she writes, she
definitely
goes
people
like
that
this.
hold pens like this. Can I do OP like this?
I
Let's
think
see.
the toughest part is going to be like touching the page. Okay.
Well, it's getting the feel of where the page is.
Yeah.
Oh, I let my ink dry.
Actually, I think I write better this way. Maybe I should keep this grip.
New grip for Diego. Oof. Yeah, avert your eyes if you cringe easily. I apologize. This might have been a bad idea.
Am I still in focus? I can't tell. I think the movement thing makes it a lot easier because as long as I can touch the page or find the point.
Well, and that's kind of why I brought it up because
Yeah.
you can really get used to pretty much anything. Oh, I just dotted
Yeah.
my U. Whoopsies.
You dotted your
JC
U, huh?
Ryan lost his hands in a Dakota blizzard? What?
Oh, really?
My mom is doing research at age 22. All right, mom.
That makes it even harder. Well, maybe if he had developed the movement
Oh,
while
Mom
he
is
had hands.
reading this page. J.C. Ryan lost both his hands in a Dakota blizzard, leaving him with stumps for arms. Wow. Okay, so we were all wrong. I wonder if he was a penman before he lost his hands. He must
That's
have
what
been.
I'm wondering. Yeah,
I
because
would
he
assume
he
so.
must have developed the movement with hands and then realized, hey, all the movement just comes from the arm anyway. I don't need hands for this.
Totally. My favorite silly challenge like this was one day, I think I posted a video of it a long time ago. I got rid of the holder entirely and I just held a nib with my fingers and
Oh,
tried to do. Here, I'm gonna try that right now. We're gonna do holderless ornamental penmanship. Holderless penmanship. It hurts the thumb and forefinger. I remember that because of how tight I had to grip it. All right, holderless. Let's see what happens here. I need to get that angle. So I'm... Okay. Fist grip. That's a good... I like all three fingers on top is nice. That is a good fist grip.
just came to me in a dream one night.
I'm gonna have you teach fist grip at my conference.
Yeah, this is just straight fist. Let's see.
There you go. Yeah, do that one. Full fist grip.
Okay, that needs some fine tuning here. Makes me realize that the fingers do just a tad. They do just a little bit of
They
work.
do that. It's that little subconscious add in here and there. Every once in a while. Well, this is not comfortable at all.
Wait, are you writing without the nib?
Yeah.
Or without the holder?
This is a finger oblique.
Oh, wow, look at that. I got one of them too.
Can I do a shade? Let's see here. Oh, because I don't have a tight enough grip, so it just wants to. The nib moves too much. I can't get a hard enough, solid enough grip on it. This way. There's gotta be a way to do this. I'm gonna invent a thimble that goes over your thumb and forefinger that enable you to grip a pen, so you'll never need a holder again. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. It hurts my fingers, but I'm certain I can do this. Oof.
I mean, it's not too bad, honestly. I can't imagine trying to throw a shade, though.
Shading is less than pleasurable.
Try to do something in engrosser script.
Wait, in engrossers? Okay, here, this will be our engrosser script stream. Oh goodness.
Give me an E. Give me a capital E.
Chat. I'm gonna do lowercase letters. I'm not gonna do engrossers capitals right now.
Come on, dude. I'm doing it. It's actually not that bad. I think this is a thing. I think we can get this going. Should teach a class at IAMPIS on this.
Ooh, controlling the tines is a challenge. Well, you're going super tiny.
I think I've just given up on controlling the tines. I'm just laying down ink and calling it a day.
Now just doing strokes. You could, I feel like, get good at this if
You
you did
could.
it a whole bunch.
No doubt. Yeah. I don't think anybody would be able to tell I did this with my fingers, actually.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've done strokes like that worse at certain
Oh,
times.
yours actually looks good. I was making jokes over here, and yours actually looks like you might have done it with a holder.
My fingers hurt a lot. It's the amount that I have to grip.
What kind of nib are you using?
A 101.
Oh, me too.
Oh, that's too thick. Whoops.
Like I can't even get the hairline good.
Ooh, it's not bad. Trying to write the word twist. This could be much worse.
That's looking pretty good.
There you go, everybody. Everybody wanted to see me do Engrosser script. Now you've seen it. Sort of.
Yep. Now we can forego an engrosser stream altogether.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. Maybe I'll do like an annual. Every year I'll do one. Ooh, it is very hard to control the width of my shades, though.
Okay, you're doing like a clamp grip.
Yeah, I'm just pinching as hard as I can. And but at an oblique angle so that my hand is still at my standard.
I don't know how you're doing this. You must have practiced this before. I've been hustled into this.
Negative. Well, I have done this once. Once upon a time, I did film a video. It's not something I did longer than the minutes before filming that video, but okay. Putting the nib back in the holder. I'm done with finger grip.
Yeah, that was a novelty thing. You know,
It was fun.
Yeah.
It's something that I'll be honest, it's something that I would like to get better at so that you could just it's a party
Just whip
trick.
it out.
Like, oh, you
Yeah.
guys want to see something cool?
Yeah.
Shabam. I don't need a holder. Da, 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 da. And just like,
Yeah.
even if it was just like, if I could get, I'll just use another nib. Just, if there was a grip that I could like hold it in a certain way, actually that would probably be better. 2 fingers on top. I bet you I could do, oh, yeah, I can do OP that way. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
That feels
No
so
doubt.
much more solid than the single one. I bet you I could do... This nib is also so darn sharp. Yeah, we can do this. I'm not going to be able to load too much ink on the pen. I'm going to have crazy inky fingers. But with 2 fingers on top, oh yeah, for sure. We could do... I'm going to try to do my signature. Oof. Needs work. Darn, and I ran out of ink.
Yeah, we weren't going to expect you to get it first try.
But like, that is something you could legitimately get good at.
I think so. And if anybody's to do it, you probably do it.
Yeah, I'm going to make this. This is a goal. This is going to be my party trick.
I expect to see it 2 years as a class listed on IMPeth. It could be like one of those 4-hour classes on the last day, you know?
Into it at my own conference?
Yeah, I mean, you could.
I legitimately do. I want to figure out. I haven't spoken to anybody on the board about this. I legitimately do want. I want to teach at my own conference. I don't know if I'm going to be allowed.
What if it was a red robin?
I could do a round robin.
Yeah, a fingerless. Oh no, so not fingerless.
Yeah, like I could have done I've done worse
holderless.
bees than that in my life with a holder. So
Yeah, that's pretty good. This reminds me of that moment in Jake Weidman's TED Talk where he introduces JC Ryan and he's like, "Have any other excuses?" kind of thing. And it's like you're just doing OP with no holder, and then everyone's like, "Oh, it's impossible." It's like, well, here it is without a holder.
When I think the reason I originally did the video is because there was a whole talk about grip and all of this kind of stuff, and I just wanted to go to the extreme of like, yes, there are grips that are recommended, but there's not one way to do any of this. So watch, and just took my nib out and then just started writing without it. But
That makes sense.
it would be cool if I was a little bit better at it, though.
Yeah. But yeah, I think to that point, that's a good exercise to change up your grip and see where your movement.
Like,
Oh,
that's a good
wow.
shot. Like, that's
Look
a
at
good
that.
shot.
Holy cow. And it's on stream too. Everybody, you just saw that live.
Everybody saw it. You
Wow.
saw my surprise. What had happened?
I'm not going to lie. I thought you had put it back in a holder when I saw that.
Lowercase needs some work.
Still pretty good.
It actually, like, it's it feels cool. Like, I want to get comfortable with it because, like, flourishing and whatnot, it actually feels pretty good. Anyways, back in the holder you go. There we go. It's gonna be my new party trick. Good night, Lori.
Wow.
Thanks for hanging out.
That's really impressive.
All right.
All right, now let's see your mirror image movement writing.
Oh my goodness. With an oblique holder?
Whatever holder you want.
Wait, mirror. So I gotta write with my left hand?
Yes.
Oh, jeepers. Oh.
You could try first with the right hand and then let's see your left hand. But it's much easier with the left hand, I think.
Well, yeah, with my right hand, I guess I would just write backwards. I wouldn't do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. I haven't written like this in years, and I wasn't that good at it before. Oh, this is not going to be pretty at all.
Yeah, now my camera's going to be totally.
Well, that's how I feel. I'm just writing vertical on the stream now.
I wonder if I can move it.
Oh,
over.
I've definitely never done this with an oblique holder before. This feels bonkers. It shouldn't be any different, but it feels crazy. Mirrored writing. Oh, and obviously I can't shade things. Right. What am I trying to write here? No control at all.
Actually, it doesn't look that bad.
The
funniest thing about mirror writing is that a lot of people, when they first start, they don't even know whether or not they're doing an okay job because they can't read mirror writing.
That's very true.
And so, unless they put it in a mirror, they're like, I can't do it at all. Like,
it looks like scribbles.
You're doing it. Yeah.
I definitely need to do some drills.
Yeah, you'll get better with some warm up. I feel like my positioning is really weird trying to get it on the camera.
Yeah. I feel that. It's funny, my left hand does not want to do a traditional grip at all. It wants to do rolled over to the left grip.
Really?
Yeah, like when I write, obviously with my right hand, I use a traditional grip with the knuckle up. And if I were to do like engrosser script, I would turn to the side. But on the left, the knuckle up grip feels crazy. I genuinely have never used knuckle up on my left.
I feel like it came pretty naturally with my left hand.
I remember a video series that I wanted to do years ago, and never followed through on. I wanted to do like follow one of the business penmanship books from beginning to end in like a number of months or whatnot, but with my left hand, using it as a, if you think penmanship is too hard, I'll do my left hand, like practice with me, you can use your right hand, and if I can do it with my left hand, then you can for damn sure do it with your dominant hand.
Eric said that if you try writing with your feet, he can wash them afterwards. Oh no, I will wash them afterwards.
I was like, I didn't know Eric also liked washing feet. No, I think Diego is the foot washer in the family here.
That's funny.
I'm gonna get you a station in Salt Lake City during the conference.
Yeah, please don't.
Class is stressing you out? Go visit
Yeah.
Diego. We can get you in the artisan market. I think that
Hey, if
qualifies.
yeah, if you get me in and I can do that for my conference free, I'll wash feet.
I mean, yeah.
There'll be like a 1 hour period where you can come in and get your feet washed, and then you only get the first one free. The second one you have to pay for.
That makes sense. Or would it have a bunch of ambi smelly people just with one smelly foot the whole week?
Yeah, well, I make the first one so good that they'll pay for the second one.
That makes sense.
I gotta earn my
That's like
keep.
the makeup places. They'll do half your makeup for free, and then if you don't want your face to be unbalanced, you have to pay for the second half.
Do they really do that?
No, I don't think so, but it is from a movie that they do. They do that in a movie, and I can't remember which one. What movie is that? Doesn't matter. It's an old movie. Something from the 80s, I think. 80s or early 90s.
Also helps to write much bigger with the left hand, especially if you do movement.
Right. I feel like I'm gonna use a fountain pen real quick. I feel like my nib, I can't even hardly see my own hairlines here when I'm writing with my left hand. I'm gonna grab a fountain pen. Oh, that feels weird.
The left hand with viewer's right hand sounds like a fun stream.
Well, yeah, and this was gonna be. I wasn't gonna do it as on stream. I was gonna film it as an actual like a YouTube video series.
Yeah.
Because I would edit the videos together and whatnot, and make it an actual like. Each lesson would be a video and whatnot.
Yeah, I've experimented a lot with the left-handed forward writing, and I've just determined it's not worth it. Just
writing regular with your left hand?
Yeah, just learn to write forward with your right hand and learn to write backwards with your left hand, and everybody should do it that way. Doesn't matter if you're left-handed or right-handed.
Does Kahlo still do her mirror journal?
As far as I know, I haven't talked to her specifically about it.
Keep it on the baseline.
I think that's my my worst attribute is I don't care much for my baseline.
I gotta find the right paper angle and whatnot to write this with. It feels comfortable.
Wow. Wait till you switch back to the right hand. It's like a magic power.
Wow. No control. It's ridiculous. I used to actually write like this once upon a time. Way before I knew Diego.
Yeah, so how did you get into penmanship?
Into penmanship?
Yeah.
Or into writing backwards back in the day? Penmanship in general, it was through fountain pens. I just wanted to improve my handwriting.
Why did you want to improve it?
I was into fountain pens, and I was doing a lot of correspondence at the time. I had a lot of friends that were on cruise ships and whatnot.
Oh.
So I just had a lot. I moved away from multiple cities. I was in my like friend group. I was the only person that moved to Los Angeles, or even when I moved to Vancouver. A lot of my Alberta friends or dancers who were on cruise ships and things like that. So I just used to write correspondence as an excuse to sort of keep in touch with them, but also use my fountain pens that I really liked. And then I wanted to improve my handwriting, so I did what everybody does, and I Googled how to improve your handwriting. And there was no YouTube channels like yours or Perfect Biscuits back in the day. So,
You were too early.
yeah. Um, but I stumbled on Iampith's website, and then that's how I found penmanship and whatnot. But yeah, through fountain pens. And then
And then,
when I wrote backwards, that was because I slightly Da Vinci obsessed
mm,
for a time. And also
you,
just I'm a glutton for punishment with a good challenge. I can remember the time I was out for dinner because it wasn't just writing. I was out for dinner one day and I just looked down at my plate. I was at a restaurant and I just swapped my cutlery, swapped sides, and
uh,
then switched everything. That one reached for my water with the opposite hand, went home, swapped my mouse and changed the button orientation on my mouse, and just started
yeah,
doing basically everything with the opposite side.
really?
It was just a physical experiment. Like with dancers, we're trained to be adequate on both sides. We have to be able to turn to the right and the left. Everything has to go both ways. But in
Right.
everything that isn't dance, my left side is just woefully incapable or just not nearly as good. So I decided to try to change that. And it was like a good year that I did most everything with my left hand. And then I stopped.
Yeah, what's crazy to me about it is I've been doing it 13 years and it still is awkward and foreign. Like it still hasn't gotten to that point where it just feels totally natural and comfortable.
What got you into it originally?
Well, it was just a brain exercise. It was just because
Like,
I
how
was
did you
doing
even
really.
like think to?
Think to do it. I had run into somebody who had been doing it himself at the time about 25 years.
Okay,
And he had done a ton of research on the brain and how this could potentially affect the brain and some of the neurology that lends itself to working out the brain in this way.
okay.
And I was doing really bad in school. I had had less than a 1 GPA at one point. It was like 0.9 or something.
Got you.
And so I needed to improve my grades, and I couldn't pay attention in class no matter how hard I tried. So I was talking to this guy, and he's like, "Hey, you need to do some exercises."
Hmm.
And this was one of them, and I started doing it, and I just have been obsessed with it since. It helped me a lot too. I went from having no attention span to actually having an attention span. Yeah, I was like the dog, and I would chase every squirrel kind of thing, you know.
Nice.
But yeah, it was really interesting. So then from that point forward, I just never stopped doing it and then started teaching it and found out that it worked for other people as well.
That's
It's kind
sick.
of, I mean, your brain is more like a muscle. That's what I've learned, is that it actually
Right.
responds to external stimulus and will change and adapt.
That makes sense.
Yeah, yours is looking really good already. Yeah.
It feels exceptionally awkward.
Well, I think the main thing that a lot of people struggle with is the ability to see the letter in mirror image. So how to imagine all of the movement through the letter and
Right.
in the other direction.
I
That
guess for me, I
visualization
don't
process.
feel because for me, it's I find that I'm just breaking down the forms. So I'm more analyzing this overturn and then this straight stroke and then this underturn. And if they all feel comfortable, then the letter should be a good looking letter, I guess. Creates new neural connections or whatever.
Well, yeah, it does. Yeah.
Skeet says this seems bad for the nib. I'm not applying any weight, so it shouldn't be any different than writing with my right hand, technically.
I would say just left-handed. It doesn't need to be mirrored. The reason you do it mirrored, though, is because it's more ergonomic.
Right.
Like the reason right-handers have an advantage writing forward is because it favors that hand ergonomically. So why not favor the opposite hand and do it mirrored?
Now, you said you do have a like a mirror oblique, right? Have you ever done
I do, yeah.
like shady writing?
Yeah, I've done some engrosser script and mirror.
Sweet. I
Let's see
guess
if
to
I can
do
find
what
that.
would I have to do shady writing with this oblique holder? I'd have to write wait. This way? This way. Fully upside down, right? Oh, that feels weird.
Have a good night, Eric. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. We will see you soon.
Yeah, I'm not very good at engrosser script with my right hand, but we'll try it mirrored. You know who I want to see write is Mike Crudge. Is it
Oh,
Crudgington?
McCrudgington, yeah.
Crudgington? Yeah. Is his name Mike? Or am I
Yeah,
making
Mike.
that up?
No, Mike Crudgington, not
Okay,
McCrudgington. I
Crudgington.
I always say McCrudgington because once upon a time I saw M Crudgington and I just thought it was McCrudgington. So in my head, no, Mike Crudgington.
Gotcha.
He has videos.
I want to see his form and everything because he's left-handed.
Yeah. UK Mike is what Oja Swinney calls him.
UK Mike. Let's see.
There's a good little fundamental stroke for engrosser script. Booyah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yours is better than mine.
I'm writing upside down though, and so I'm not technically writing backwards anymore. I'm writing just upside down.
But are you writing with your left hand still?
Yes.
That's
But
pretty good.
but I'm not writing anymore. I'm drawing. Like I'm not there's no movement. So if I can go slow, then is a different challenge all in together, and I don't feel like that's as difficult personally for me.
Oh, okay, all right. Big shot.
It's not difficult. If it was not difficult, my strokes would look better than they do. But the biggest thing is
Yeah.
my nib angle gets messed up so easily doing it this way. There we go.
Yeah, it'll go bonkers for the first couple of years, but once you get over the 2-year hump, it gets a little bit easier.
Well, because how long's Kahlo been doing it now? She's been going for. Was that Omaha when she started?
Yeah, it was Omaha when she started, so that was 21, right?
Wowzers. Time flies.
I feel like the smaller letters are. Well, I'm working with 3 millimeters. Maybe that's why I'm struggling.
Fun.
Yeah, the only thing about engrosser script is that I just get so bored with the movement. And my hand gets so tired so quick.
Yep.
Movement
I don't find it exciting to write. And it's nothing against it. I'm not hating on engrosser script ever.
Yeah.
But I don't find it nearly as fun to write. Thus, I don't write it nearly as often. No different than Anshul black letter, any other style that I've learned at some point in my life, and because I don't practice them all the time, they're not scripts that I feel as comfortable just rapid knocking out real quick.
All right, now tell us how you really feel.
It's terrible. It's so boring. No, well, and I've said this before when I talk about shaded Spencerian. I remember saying out loud the first day I ever saw shaded Spencerian. Um, I had seen the new Spencerian Compendium before, but I'd never really gone through it back in the day. And when I took the Spencerian Saga with Harvest, and in her handouts was one page, which was from the new Spencerian Compendium of the shaded Spencerian lowercase. And just the second I saw it, I said out loud, well, I'm never doing Engrosser script again. Because it's gorgeous. It just looks so beautiful. And it's not, I don't want to say it's the same thing, because it's not the same thing, but it's like, it's everything I like about Spencerian, but weighted and shaded in a way that makes it Engrosser script-esque.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like the Mataraz script.
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Well, here, oh.
Yeah, give us a demonstration.
Well, no, I'll show the exact handout that I saw back in the day that made me never want to do Engrosser script again. It's in this book. Which is not technically a book. This was a handout from the saga. But
oh, okay.
There's the shaded. There they are.
Oh yeah, those look good.
They're just so. To me, they have so. The fluidity is so much more appealing to me than Engrosser script. I like Engrosser script, obviously, but this to me is gorgeous. It's challenging to write, but I enjoy it.
Why would you say that it's challenging?
Because there's never a consistent width, or there's never it never maintains a width like Engrosser script does.
I see.
Every form, she won't have it in here. Every form is based on larger ovals. Yes, Walker, this is engraved. Everything in the new Spencerian Compendium is engraved. But it's just because it's engraved doesn't mean it can't be written. I mean, I've written new Spencerian or shaded Spencerian tons of times.
But yeah, Walker.
Every shade, every form is a constant taper from thin to thick. It never actually maintains a thickness shade. It can seem like it, but this line, like on this eye, for example, it's not. It doesn't get its width here and then pull down. It's a constant taper from right here all the way in, and it's only what makes it hard, I think, is only the left tine is what's tapering. The right tine is dead straight. And then so it's tricky to write, just because of that. It's so nuanced in that little. If you do it wrong, it doesn't look bad, but to hit the nail on the head of this exact form is so hard, because it's essentially it's designed on. I'll draw this as there's an ad coming. Whoopsies. It's designed on a long, thin oval, and then a straight line that goes essentially like this. I didn't do it thin enough. So it's a long, thin oval that has a straight line going here. So basically, if you were doing your curved stroke this way would go to here.
Right.
So that's that constant taper, because it's based on an oval. There's no straight lines except for the right tine. And then same with if you had your like for the U or whatnot, it's curved. The left hind is curving in the entire time. And it's, yeah, always tapering. So just that nib control makes it tricky to do the tine manipulation.
Who have you seen is the best at doing shaded Spencerian?
At shaded Spencerian, nobody really does it. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that teaches it. Like, it's not the main difference between it and, say, Madara script, which is more popular. Madara script uses the similar forms as shaded Spencerian, but Madara's shades maintain width. They don't constantly taper, so they're not as delicate. They're much heavier seeming. Do you mean back in the day writing?
Oh, I was curious to know if anyone was doing it
Or
now.
like today?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nobody that really does it today, excluding myself, but I don't do it very much. And then back in the day, also, it wasn't a script that was used a ton. It never got really popular. I mean, proven by the fact that the only example that looks exactly like these ones is that one example from the New Spencerian Compendium. Everything else looks much more what I think of when people are talking about Madara script, where they look like it's holding a consistent width all the way down instead of always tapering very, very slightly.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I wish more people would do it.
Yeah. No, it's pretty.
And then the ratios are because it's designed for, it's designed for like headings and signs and whatnot. Like the official term that the Spencerian authors called it was sign writer script, which didn't catch on because no sign writers really write in this script.
It's too hard.
The highest read Walker, when I get off stream, send me a message and I'll send you. I have one that I've made from the JP2s from archive.org. I mean, the archive.org one is the best, but if you can really quickly download all those JP2s and then make your own from those, because the downloaded PDF isn't that great. But the only copy that I know, that I'm pretty sure that I know of, is, I think there's 2 versions that are on archive.org, but they both might be from the same scan. Neither of them are that great of quality. But I'll have the JP2 version, and then obviously I'll share out my high quality one once I get it eventually when it's done. Yeah, it's just so beautiful. It's so pretty.
It's nice. I like how tall it is too. It looks very elongated.
I like that it's tall and narrow.
Yeah.
The ratios are really interesting between the capitals and lowercase letters, or like the ascenders and whatnot. And then the ascenders are trippy. And I always have to, whenever I talk about it, there's a disclaimer because nobody taught it, or there's no books that teach it or anything like that, really. So everything that I know about it is from dissecting that one example from New Spencerian Compendium and then sort of reverse engineering the angles and whatnot. But even like the descender strokes, it's which tine is the one that's going out and which one is following the slant line. It differs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's fun.
Did you print those guidelines on that paper?
This is Rhodia ice paper, so it already has. It's lined paper. Whoops, too thick. McLee? I wish there was more samples of the work that they sent to the engravers back in the day. I mean, there's lots of samples, but not some of the like stuff like this. There's not a lot of ink on paper samples of signed writer script or shaded Spencerian, unfortunately. Whoops, I didn't realize I was fully off. Right, doing some messy writing.
I know I have 2 windows and I have to keep checking the right one to make sure I'm on.
Oh, that's not how you spell it. Of course I would make a spelling mistake. Right on. Par for the course. Yeah, exactly, Walker. Just like the original anytime somebody got something engraved, the original samples of what, because we know the engravers perfected things, but to what degree? Because I've seen engraved pieces, but we've seen originals that are as good as some of the engravings, and then we've seen, obviously, there's ones that I think the engravers really perfected a lot. So it's always cool to see which penman could do like engraving quality stuff, which most of them could. I just like don't know if all of them did all the time. What are you writing, Diego? Oh, more X practice. With a loop even, though.
No loop.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
it's small.
connected it.
Got you.
Should I zoom in?
You don't have to.
I zoomed out for the mirror writing.
My preview window is pretty tiny, so that's the only reason that I can't see it really well. I can't afford computer resources to have a giant preview in here.
That makes sense. You got a lot going on your end.
My poor old computer.
Should get one of those cheap Macs, man.
Never. No, I'm waiting for. Hopefully, it's good. I don't know if it'll be good yet. I'm waiting for Dell's. I think it should be in the next month or two. I think something is supposed to be released. Their next 16-inch model to replace the computer that I have now, basically the XPS line. And fingers crossed, it's good. Because
Don't get it, man.
I've been needing an upgrade for a while, but just
Don't do
waiting
it.
for the right
Don't do it.
upgrade.
Telling you the Macs are way better.
Never.
It used to be for like bang for your buck, the PCs were by far way better. But ever since the M chips came out, and especially with the latest update where 16 gigabytes is the standard RAM, they're monsters, dude. I don't even like to admit it, but I've experienced it. It's true.
I'm just not a fan. I don't want to buy into the ethos.
Hey, I still have an Android phone.
That's good.
I didn't even give in all the way.
I disagree, Oda Swinney. I've had Macs. I've fixed Macs for friends. I'm just not a fan. Same with iPhones. My work iPhone for years was an iPhone. I just this year convinced my boss when we were upgrading the office phones, convinced them to let me get an Android instead of an iPhone. I'm just much happier. I don't like them. I think the big reason I don't like them is it to me it's like driving a manual transmission car. It's not. I mean, if somebody were to say, "What computer should I buy?" I would probably say, "Get a Mac. Get exactly what Walker or sorry, what Diego's talking about." But for me, I'm just not a fan. I don't like them. I've used them lots, and it's never been a good user experience for me. Primarily because when I want to do something super nerdy and controlly, Mac doesn't let me. So if I had a Mac, I would be doing like the only way I would have a Mac is if I had like the desktop that I'm fully wiping everything and installing Linux or something on it. Which I don't want to get that intense these days. Once upon a time, that's what I would have done, but not anymore.
Yeah, the iPhone sucks. But the Macs, the computers are good. The computers are good.
The hardware is good. I don't like the software. Never have.
It's a little buggy, and there are definitely a lot of permission issues with it that we deal with.
They don't let computer nerds be computer nerds. They don't let me control things. I find that they always, and they're not trying to outsmart me, but basically they're telling me how things need to be, and they don't let me change things. Like even a simple thing like changing independent volume for all the different applications that I have open. Natively, they can't do that. They need to have you need a special application to do that, which is dumb. That's something I should natively just be able to control. So silly things like that. And I just get caught up in there are things that I want control of and they won't let me have control, so I won't own one. You can't exactly, Ojaswing, you can't like nerd out on a Mac. And I am a computer nerd. Tried, trusted, and true.
You definitely can nerd out. I'm gonna push back a little bit. I had this problem where we had to refresh permissions every time somebody added something to the NAS, whether you were remote or local.
Oh shit.
And it was just a pain in the butt because somebody always had to be in the office to refresh things. And with the help of AI in Terminal, I was able to write a script that automatically refreshed permissions whenever something got added to the NAS.
That's handy.
So you can geek out on them a little bit. But
did you figure out what was causing the issue or no?
Mac was causing the issue. Like it's just
Got you.
The main issue is that we're running some super old OS from like 2015 or something like that. So that's the primary issue. But there is some room to geek out in a Mac, but they have some weird permission issues in general. Like I can't open web the images that you download from Google, that sometimes filtered as like WebP3.
Oh yeah, that was something they just started doing like a year or two ago, and it's WebMP or something.
Right. Yeah.
No, I definitely have. I have scripts that can allow me to right click and save as PNGs or JPEGs because I can't stand that. It bugs me.
Yeah. So you have to. Mac won't even let you open those files at all. It'll
Gotcha.
be like, "You want to throw it away?" I'm like, "No, I'm
This
trying
is
to open it."
garbage.
Yeah, it's like we can't open it. You can open them. You can open them. You just have to. Even in Photoshop, it'll ask you.
Yeah.
It'll ask you if you want to throw it away. But there's a way in securities to say no, open it anyway. But they
No
hide it
matter
from
what.
you. But they really do hide it from you. You know, they want to tailor your experience.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like you can nerd out, but the computer doesn't want you to nerd out. You have to like force the computer through. Yeah, they're designed to not let you have control, which is really good for most computer users. Um, and I don't deny that they're good systems. I just am not a fan, so I will likely never own one. I won't say never, because like when Windows, which Windows was it? Was it Windows 8 came out? I was legitimately like, okay, cool. We're probably gonna go to Linux or Mac now, because this is a
Windows 8 sucked.
garbage operating system. And it was terrible. It was made for touchscreen, not for actual computers. Um, but then 10 came out, and I really liked Windows 10.
They were jumping the gun. They thought everything was going to be touchscreen at that
Yep.
point. Have a good night.
Who's
Is it
leaving?
Manish?
Oh, good night, Manish. Yeah, it was not ported proper. It just wasn't. Yeah, not a good operating system.
You know what's crazy to me? There's that movie. Is it Odyssey 2000? Is that the
Okay.
name of the movie? They predicted vertical video in that movie.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
I remember fighting vertical video back in the day.
Yeah, you kind of have to embrace it now. But I think we found a nice happy medium. Like you can
It's
still kind of do
I
both.
think things go both ways. I'm not mad at vertical video anymore. Also, I like that resolutions on a lot of cameras are basically high enough that I can still record something vertical and still get decent in horizontal. Like if I can go 4K or 6K in vertical, I can still get the some of the stuff if I'm doing a 1080p horizontal or whatnot. Um,
Right.
but also, it's flipping the phone side to side is an easy thing to do. So yeah, it's for a while when everything was going vertical, it was rough. But then now it's come to a point where content created for horizontal screens is horizontal, and content created for vertical screens is vertical. So we've hit a good sort of the pendulum has swung both ways and is now in a pretty good spot.
Yeah. Now, no matter what orientation you film, AI can just fill in the rest.
Yeah, that's very true. Vista wasn't very good. I liked XP. I miss Windows XP back in the day. I was an XP fan. Or Windows 98. Windows 98 second edition, that was a good Windows.
I feel like our memory of it is kind of skewed. Like I
Oh,
really
of
love
course.
the aesthetic of it, but I think if you were to give me a computer that was running 98 now, I'd probably find myself pulling my hair out.
Well, of course. 100%. You know what is kind of fun on all those old window models? Do you remember the Space Cadet pinball?
Yeah.
Relatively recently, I learned about it just like a month or two ago, but within the past not super long, somebody has made a Android port for, well, potentially probably iPhone as well. You can download it from the Android from the Google store, and it's the game, but it's a little hit of nostalgia on your phone, which is kind of fun.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to try that out.
I know it's on the Google Play Store. I don't know if it's in Apple Store, but it probably is.
I've been really wanting to get like a dedicated emulator machine and just start having like older games available to me.
Dude, have I ever told you about my Super Nintendo?
No,
So I have, when they released that little mini Super Nintendo?
no, I don't.
Um, okay, so it was a few years ago. Well, no, like 2006 or well 16. or something like that, 16, 17. And there's been a bunch of releases since then. They started releasing these like mini consoles that had like 20 games or something like that built into them, but you can hack them and you can put ROMs and whatnot on them. So my little Super Nintendo that's permanently hooked up to my projector has every US release of Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, Sega Genesis, PlayStation 1, and I don't remember what else. But I have all those all those old retro, and a bunch of, sorry, and also like Neo Geo and all the old what's the name that like a MAME, like all the old arcade games.
Oh,
They're
nice.
all on there, which is super fun.
What do you use to manage it?
So the emulator I use is called RetroArch,
Yeah, that's what
and
I
then
thought.
Hackchi is the program that you use to actually hack the little device. And then I have two little controllers for when I'm chilling playing like Nintendo games, but then I also have headphones when they reach. Then when we're getting super nostalgic, we pull out this guy.
Oh, dang, look at that.
Yep.
And you got to put quarters in that thing, right?
No. I save my quarters for pinball machines.
I got a buddy who's been refurbishing pinball machines in his garage.
Oh, pinball machines are dope. You know that Chin Open Inkstand, she's a state champion in Nevada
What?
for pinball?
Really?
Yeah. Or she
I don't.
was. I assume she still is.
I don't think I have ever met her.
She stopped coming to conventions a number of years ago. Um, she's dope. But yeah, she's a pinball player. She has a pinball machine at home, if not multiple.
That's funny.
No, it's not Raspberry Pi. But I mean, you can program a Raspberry Pi to do the exact same thing. Because a lot of people will get they'll build their own Raspberry Pi devices to play RetroArch, to play all the Turbo Graphics. Yep. All those old consoles and whatnot. So fun. Yeah, I have a ton of them. The arcade games took some work to get going. Um,
That's what I've heard, that they're a little bit more complicated or something.
they can be a little finicky. But once you get them going, then they're good. And you just have to find the right ROM set and whatnot, basically. But all that information it's all on the internet. It's only a Google away. Yeah, so I don't play it very often, but yeah, the cable's not long enough. It's right under my laptop, basically. And then I just have a little HDMI switch that I turn on if I want to swap it over to play some retro games. Super nerdy group.
Hey, I'm not a nerd.
You said you wanted to play retro games.
Yeah, because all the new games, like they're. I don't know what it is about new games, but absolutely nothing is appealing about them.
The only new games that I've found that I mean, I don't usually let myself play them very often because I lose my life if I get into a video game. It's dangerous. Um, I like the new adventure puzzle games that people are coming out with because they're clever and challenging puzzles. Um, but they're adventures, so it's a cool a niche that I found is basically perfect for me because I can not look up anything on the internet and just go in and figure out the game. Like there's a game I'm a huge fan of called Tunic. It's about a little fox, but there's no like language. You just sort of figure it out. Well, there's some, but there's like a language in Tunic, and I haven't played it deep enough and figured out you can decipher the language. Um, but there's no like hand holding. You just have to you figure things out as you go. Or there was another one I played called Below, and that one has no instructions, no words, no anything. So you get like a potion bottle that has an image on it, but you don't know what that does until you take it, and then you know what it does if it kills you or whatever it does. So it's just without looking it up on the internet, there's no hand holding at all, which I absolutely love because you just figure it out and you're like, I have notes figuring it out. Like, this means this. Do this. This is the code to get to this thing. And it's so fun.
That sounds interesting. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, there's a number of games that most of them they come from like the indie game world, but they're just super. I mean, you can look up walkthroughs and whatnot on the internet, but it's just cool to go in and they don't hold your hand at all, and it's a proper like adventure puzzle. You have to figure it out, and it's cool. And sometimes you just get lost. I actually found a bug in one of the games. I got to a spot that I thought was a puzzle, and after spending hours and hours and hours trying to figure out how to solve it, I found out that I just somehow got to an area that I hadn't unlocked yet. So I was behind a door that was supposed to be open by the time I got there. It was a game bug that I joined the. It was long enough that I joined the game or the designer's Discord server to be like, yo. I sent a screenshot. I'm like, oh, what do I do here? Like, I've been here for hours, and I've spent, like, I feel like weeks trying to not look this up on the internet, but I've got nowhere, and there just legitimately was no way out. I found a bug. But, good fun games.
I feel like puzzles is a hard word to write.
Puzzles? Double Z. Or Z. Double Z is tricky. I do not envy Fozzie.
I don't know if I've met Fozzie.
No? Well, you would have never met her in person.
Okay. I feel like I've heard the name a lot, but... I kind of actually like the double Z. I feel like it looks really sleek.
Pizza. Would you ever do like the first one normal and the second one using like an alternate?
No, I probably would never do that.
Variation?
No, I don't think so.
Well, never mind then.
I actually haven't tried that. I don't think I write Z enough to think about alternate versions.
I don't think anybody does. I mean, there's no Z in American business cursive.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, Annie's back.
Unless you want to call it Zamerican.
Zamerican.
Zamerican. Zisness.
Zisness. I like Zisness. Oh,
I guess it would be
for that.
Zuzziness.
Zuzziness. Zusness. I guess we don't say business. We just say business. Zusness. Zusness.
Zursive.
American Zusness Zursive. Zand writing.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be the Iamphith Latin.
The what?
You know, like Pig Latin.
Oh,
we just throw Z in front of everything.
Put Z in front of everything.
Yeah.
Question for you. I want an opinion. So Spencerian. This is about words and names and things like that.
Okay.
So Spencerian, it's Spencer, and then he put Ian at the end. Spencer Ian, which makes sense. So then when
Did he come up with that name though?
I don't know.
Okay.
Whoever came up with it, I feel like he might have, or maybe his sons or some publisher or something back then.
Okay.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But in any case, so there's Spencer Ian, and then Zayner, was lucky that he could do this similar thing because his name ends in er, so Zaner Ian, so he got Zanarian. But then I find it funny when somebody like oh, come on, brain. Why am I forgetting the name of the point I was just trying to make? Oh, so like take Ransom, for example. Ransom, technically following the Zanarian and the Spencerian rule, should be Ransomian. But he added ER on the end to make it Aryan, Ransomarian. Did he do that because Ransomarian is better, or did he do that to match Spencerian, Zanarian, and whatnot? Like,
Yeah, I think.
is ERIAN a thing before Spencerian and Zanarian? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was just upset that he didn't have an ER at the end of his name, so he threw it in there to sound
Well, yeah,
better.
like, cause I'm like, if I had a script, I ask the question, like, I could be Wardian or Wardarian. According to Ransom's rules, I would be Wardarian, but according to Spencer and Zaner, I would be Wardian. So I don't know what's the accurate one and what's the bandwagon one.
I keep spelling your name wrong. Why do I keep doing that?
Wardian.
So Wardian like this.
Oh, yours would be Irigoyenian, which is kind of fun. I really like that.
Yeah, that one will. I mean, Irigoyen is enough of a trip.
Irigoyenian. I like it. Irigoyenian. Irigoyenian. Or if you were Ransom, like, or you'd be Irigoyenarian. Irigoyenarian.
Irigoyenarian. I'd probably just call it Yenarian.
Yenarian. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right,
Because
Lene vote.
actually, Irigoyen is spelled with a Y a lot of times. I think that's the original spelling, not with an I.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yirigoyen. Yirigoyen.
Yeah. Well, it's pronounced the same. It's just spelled with a Y.
Right. Yiri.
I feel like Yenarian is kind of nice though.
Oh, shoot. There's supposed to be an R in there. Whoopsies. Yenarian is nice. I still prefer Irigoyenian just because it's fun. I would never use it as a business because it's a bit of a mouthful, but.
Yeah, I don't think it works.
Irigoyen? Irigoarian. Irigoarian?
Irigoyen.
Irigarian. Irigarian? Well, that's sort of my point, Walker, is then Ransom, he added the ER instead of just the IAN, so he added Ransomarian. So that's sort of where the question is, for, like, if I was creating a writing style, which I'm not, I would have to choose Wardian or Wardarian. Wardarian is what Ransom did. Wardian is what Zaner and Spencer did. Kind of interesting. Like, because even if we similar time as Spencer, Dunton ends in an N, but that's the thing. He didn't add Aryan. He just added Ian. So I feel like it was Ransom that sort of messed up. Ransom did the wrong thing. Ransomian, I just think he probably didn't think sounded good. So he made it Ransomarian. Which is sort of what...
Is Dunton, though?
It's Duntonian.
Is okay.
Yeah. So it's Dunton, he just changes the pronunciation so that it works. Instead of doing Duntonarian, which he could have done if he was... I mean, Ransom wasn't around at that time. But he followed the sort of what in my head I see as the proper naming structure. Using just IAN at the end.
So this is what we're seeing. Oh, this should be an N. Ignore my typo.
Yeah.
So Ransom messed it up. He will forever be remembered as the guy who messed it up.
Yeah. I mean, and he might not have, but in my head, every time I see Ransomarian now for years, I thought, oh, like he messed it up. He thought he was being cool, but that's not how you should name your thing. But that being said, Ransomarian sounds a heck of a lot better than
Ran-
Ransomian.
Ransamian.
Unless it was like Ransomian, like how Duntonian
Somian.
Ransomian,
Ransomian.
Ransomian.
Interesting. Okay, so have you read the article that Michael Gebhardt wrote on the origin of Spencerian?
Once upon a time.
Okay.
Is he still writing?
No, I think he's too
I know he's
busy.
too busy with school for a long time.
I think he's working. I think he's out of school
Okay.
now.
I guess yeah, that was a long time ago.
But
He kind of disappeared. What up, Benny? Diegoian.
oh, Diegoyen.
Yeah, you go Diegoian. Oh, do you practice Diegoian? Diegoian.
Yeah, you have to
Or
do it with
Diegian?
both hands, and
I'm not mad at Diegian either.
you write mirror image with your left hand and forward with your right hand. And
What?
oh, I'm just
Oh,
talking
right,
about
that's
what
Diegian
would
or
be
Diegoian.
Diegoyen.
Oh, but I feel like if I look at Diegoian, I think Diagoian. Diagoian.
Yeah.
Sorry, I totally derailed you from Gebhardt's article.
Oh, right. Well, it just talks about how multiple people had invented
Yes.
semi-angular handwriting at the same time, and basically what happened is Spencer won the popular or
Yep,
popularity contest in the end.
it's true.
Yeah.
Well, because all that stuff, I mean, it all existed in Europe and whatnot before they really created anything. Um, Not the exact same, but yeah, Spencer won the popularity contest. I'd be interested to see Spencer's writing when he used to write on birch bark and all that kind of stuff back when he was like, because what, didn't he teach his first class when he was like 13 or something like that? I'd love to see what his original writing looked like way back then.
Right. Yeah, I just think it's so interesting that there's so many parallels between the development of these systems and like the general culture of America, and it kind of being this hustle culture, and
Yep.
how it's just a reflection essentially of all that.
Well, I mean, the only reason Palmer is the one that's
Yeah.
synonymous with handwriting is because he was the best businessman. He was
Yeah,
the one
he was a
who's,
marketer.
yeah, he won. He got in all the schools before anybody else. There were people before him. He just did a better job of
Well,
being a businessman.
Palmer seduced the nuns. That's what he did.
Ah, see, smart businessman. He got
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Who else? Walker's asking. Who else has an IAN? What other style?
Uh,
John, Johnstonian is kind of cool. Or it'd be Johnstonian or Johnstonarian is also kind of cool. It's a bit of a mouthful. Johnstonarian, Johnstonian. Who else has Ians? There's got to be other people. Not a lot were like they were very cocky individuals, but not a lot of them actually like endeavored to make their own to name something after them. Like most people had something like the Palmer method or the so and so's method. They didn't say like this is. I guess it was. Did Ransom Marion, was that a name for? Maybe that was a name for sort of his teaching or his schooling. Not like my writing is called Ransomarian. I genuinely don't know. Moderazian?
Didn't he have a pen?
Sorry?
Didn't he have a pen as well? Isn't there?
Yes. His is the triangle holder, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Which he didn't invent that, I don't think. But
he just submitted the copyright first.
Yep. I don't think anybody else has one that I can think of. Look at my books and see. Um,
I can't think of any.
I'm surprised somebody like Gaskell, because he has all his compendiums and all his books. I'm surprised somebody like him didn't have like a Gaskelian or Gaskellarian.
Cascalarian.
I kind of like Gaskarian. No, gas, 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 Gaskelian, That doesn't sound good. Never mind.
Gaskian.
Gaskian, or like even Palmer instead of Palmer method having
Yeah,
Palmarian.
his
I
name
would
was built for it, right? Palmarian. Yeah.
Palmarian. Yeah, he's perfect. He had the er. Schnellian. Well, I think it's because the Americans just wanted classic North American style, want to name everything after themselves.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I think
just
so.
that's a very North American thing.
Maybe by Palmer it was kind of tacky. Like they looked back at those older guys. They're like, can you believe that they were adding E in?
It's possible.
Yeah.
It is
Like those
possible.
old guys.
It also could be something like patent wise and whatnot. He couldn't potentially do something that because he didn't at the time, not like an actual school, so he wasn't really. He maybe couldn't do he couldn't call the script Palmarian. So I mean, well, who knows why? Temblinian, Tamblinarian, Tamblinian. I like Tamblinian. Oh, are you a Tamblinian penman? Tamblinian. Oh, what about Baronsmeyerian?
People can't even say his name without the E in
True.
it.
If I
I
were
just
him, I would have. I mean, I would have taken away the beginning. Myarian is kind of cool. Baron's Myarian. And then if you get
I'm,
really good, you get the status of Baron. So you are a Baron of Myarian. You're Baron's Myarian.
I would like to know what his friends
Milesian.
called him.
Of what?
What his friends called him. Because I'd probably just
Baron's
call him. Yeah, just call him Bear.
Probably Bear. I bet you there's got to be a letter out there that had somebody has abbreviated, like how people would refer to Mataraz as Maddie, things like that.
Yeah.
Um, but probably Bear.
The Bear. Yeah. That's a cool
Potentially.
name.
But they're also really formal, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were always Baronsmeyer, the whole thing. I should have. I mean, I could email his grandson and ask.
Ooh. Yeah, see if he has
I
any old
was.
letters.
It was cool getting to meet him. That was really dope. Um, he came to a conference once. What conference was that? Franklin? No, I can't remember. Bye, Benny. Have a good night. But he came to a conference once, and during classes, he just came to the archive room, and like his business card uses I think it was his grandfather's signature.
Oh,
He
really?
uses Baronsmeyer's signature as his business card. But then at the time when he walked in, I just happened to be looking at the giant green Baronsmeyer scrapbook. So he sat down with me and we just sort of went through, and it was neat because some people are like, oh, that's Auntie so and or Grandma so and so, and just like different relatives and whatnot that the letters and envelopes were like addressed to. It was fascinating.
Yeah, that must be. Is he at all a penman or interested in?
No,
No.
no. I mean, he's interested. Like he gets that his grandfather has some like notoriety in this world.
Yeah.
And that's why he came to conference. But no, he's not a penman or anything. I don't remember what he does. I knew at one point, but I can't recall anymore. Champion kind of has the best name that's built for a good. It's perfect for a course. You don't even need to
Yeah.
add Ian. Forget you guys and your Aryan and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm just champion. Done. It's the
Just-
champion method.
she had an opportunity there, just the champ, you know.
Just champ. Champ's
yeah.
method.
Yeah. Learn
Champ's
like the
method.
champ.
Yeah, no additions required. Just champion. You wouldn't do championarian. Championian. Championian. Too much. Just champion.
Yeah. You'd just be ruining it then.
It's all the business penmanship people. None of the ornamental penmanship people did anything. It's all you business penmanship folk who trying to be businessmen and capitalize on things and rename things. Business ornamental penmanship people are just like, we just write pretty, whatever.
Yeah. They're like, we're just going down with this sinking ship.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
We're gonna keep playing the violin. You know, it's just our art. We love it.
Well, Courtney did a bunch of other stuff when he started getting into handwriting analysis and all that kind of stuff. As he got older. I think it was as he got older.
Who was the most financially successful penman, do you think?
Ooh, that's a good question. My initial thought would be Zayner or Palmer, but yeah, I mean, I feel like it has to be Palmer.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only name that's continued
Yeah,
as like by commoners, you know.
yeah, like he's super known. His courses and his books were taught everywhere, so I feel like he would have likely had the most money coming in. I mean, I don't know what he charged and whatnot, but I assume he was probably up there. I wouldn't be surprised if for a time Ransom, because I think Ransom was a really good businessman as well. I think he probably made a good chunk of change.
But you know what? Zayner Blozer is still around.
Well, that's the thing. Zayner Blozer, they had the school, they had their own stuff, they had the magazines, which also Palmer had the magazines and whatnot. So it could be Zayner, because he had a lot going on. But I just feel like that school money, having all the schools around North America teaching Palmer, had to equal some kind of bank.
No doubt. No doubt. Because Zayner Blozer still sells all the cursive books today, pretty much, right? Like they kind of have that market.
Yeah, they still exist now. Very different now, but yes,
Right.
they still have all the handwriting stuff.
They don't really have any interest in the movement writing, huh?
No, unfortunately, it'd be cool. I think there are people among them that maybe do, but it's yeah, it's similar to like Esterbrook as a pen company. They still make pens, but they've sort of left their heritage behind. Unfortunately.
Shame.
Agreed.
Oh man, it's almost midnight already. See, this is the only reason I can stay up late at conferences because we're just writing the whole time.
Yeah, we're writing and chatting and just
Yeah.
It's true. Oh, I'm excited for the study room. Conference is very soon.
Is it earlier this year or no?
No. Well, I mean, last year was really early. This year is right after. I think it's the second week of July or the second weekend of July this year.
Yeah. Walker, you sound very confident about that.
I mean, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, just Winnie. Yep. I might just leave.
Well, I'm definitely dipping out here at midnight. We'll let Mike go on for the black light stream. But yeah, I got a job to go to in the morning.
Jobs. Psh. Oh no. Oh, I didn't even finish my tea. What the heck?
You didn't? Mine's been done.
I forget about it. I'm
2
bad for
hours.
that. You were promised? I don't think I did. I use the word promise? I don't recall.
I think I heard him promise. Yeah.
I guess I definitely don't have. I don't even know where my blacklight ink and blacklight paper is. I need to get prepared before the lights all turn off.
Do they automatically turn off on you?
Yep. My apartment is all automated for blacklight parties. I mean, last week nothing was turned on. I don't know if they'll work this week. They should. I haven't tested all the timers and settings and all that kind of stuff since, well, months ago now.
That's pretty interesting, Walker. He said that they had a discussion where Palmer just got so wealthy that he just let all his worker penmen write his book model.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd make Walker write all my copies, and I'd just take all the bank. Just give him enough to be happy, you know.
Totally. Ooh, that's a good pee. I wasn't in frame, unfortunately. If only Penman could make a lot of money now. I mean, they could, I think, if we played our cards right.
We have to be very creative, and we're going to have to talk to a lot of nuns.
Well, yeah, I don't think we can, definitely can't do what Palmer did.
Well, you never know. A lot of schools are actually making it required learning again.
That's true. But I think they're making cursive and handwriting required learning, not so much business or not so much movement writing and all of that type of thing. I think that has unfortunately gone, and whoop, there we go. But the black light didn't turn on. That's backwards. Why didn't the black light turn on?
Your lights just turn off entirely?
Well, yeah, they turn off at midnight, but the black light is also supposed to automatically turn on, and it didn't. Okay, Google, turn on neon.
All right, so the AI is breaking, and we can't see Mike anymore.
Why is it not turning on? Oh, there's a physical switch. The power outlet works. The timer would have turned the outlet on, but the actual physical light bulb, when I left town, I must have turned it off. Oh, whoops. 2 seconds.
Don't worry, he's gonna figure it out.
The AI will be right back.
He's done this before.
Oh, it's pitch black in here. I don't know which cable it is.
It looks pitch black for us too.
This is quality entertainment, folks.
Well, this is the after-hour show now. So
Blacklight Live. Okay, there's 2 cables. This is the cable I want. Follow this to the... There it is. Aha!
Oh, look at that. It's working. So do you glow in the black light as well, or?
I actually do have... I'm not wearing them, but I gotta take my sunglasses off. I didn't realize that's why it was even extra dark. I forgot I was wearing them.
That's pretty funny.
So I do sometimes have blacklight clothes, and I have blacklight glasses as well that I wear sometimes. But what I normally do is go in here, turn off the lock so I can be seen. Oh, hiccup. I can be seen, and then we get rid of this paper. Get this paper, which darkens the screen, and then I cap my ink so I don't spill ink all over all of my stuff again. I've done that once, and once was plenty. Were you here? Did you ever see that happen, Diego?
I definitely saw the photos of the power strip covered in white
Oh,
ink. Yeah.
that was intense. That was such a sad day. So stressful.
Yeah, it's a stressful image. I don't like looking at it actually.
Luckily, only one of my nothing got like permanently damaged except one smart plug, basically. Luckily, none of the actual devices tripped out or anything.
That's good.
I had a power outlet in my kitchen almost light on fire the other day.
That's not good.
I heard like a, you know, you've watched Harry Potter before, right?
That's the guy with the glasses, right?
Yeah. The sound that the Horcruxes make, specifically the locket, it's
Yeah,
like a little chittering sound.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. I heard a chittering sound. It's like a little super faint, and it was just electrical. And I didn't know what it was. So I pulled out the plug that my toaster oven was plugged into, and one of the prongs stayed in the wall, and then when I looked at the plug, it was all like burnt, but one of them like melted out of the thing. So then with chopsticks, I pulled the prong out of the wall.
That sounds smart.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, the initial reaction is like, oh, you just with like your fork or whatnot, you just like grab it with tongs or something. Like, okay, let's be smart about this.
Can I
So,
find something more conductive?
But it was kind of. I sent a picture to my family and be like, well, this was kind of close, a little too close for comfort.
Yeah. Did you report that to your landlord or something?
I didn't, but I probably will. I think it was just a faulty power bar, unfortunately. I think that's what it was. Okay, we need to. One thing I forgot. We need different music. We can't have this relaxing music for blacklight.
All right, Mike. I think I'm gonna call it here.
Unacceptable.
I'm capping out.
I think you should stay a little bit longer. No. Thank
I
you very much for joining the stream today, Diego.
We'll watch One Fat Shade go down, and then we'll.
Okay. I just need to change the music before I can't write with blacklight ink with music this relaxing. I need this one. No, this one. This playlist is called Hype Tracks. It should be dope. So far, it seems relaxing.
Yeah, this is not good.
We'll see. Maybe it'll pick up. Oh, something's happening. Oof.
You see, this is why I got a dip, so we can see your whole window.
Oh, I know why this looks so weird. Because I didn't do this. Oh no. All of my... Wait a minute. Oh. Of course. My, I broke it. Oh, Diego's gone. Farewell, Diego. Oh no, Diego's gone because I clicked something by accident. There we go.
Yeah, it's you.
Sorry, that was 100% me that did that. Sorry. I just thought you pieced out. Ah!
Kind of like it, that slow fade. Like that is a classy
It's a
exit.
nice fade.
Here, let me say ciao, and then you do the fade.
Well, no, I was just copying filters. Is all I
Oh,
was
I got you.
doing. Because I realized my black light filters are not set on this stream. So I should be able to turn this one? Yeah. So we
is
go
that
purple.
how it's supposed to look?
And then we'll just do this since Diego's not writing.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what you got.
What should I write? Give me something. Wait, we'll do a Diego signature, but not the one you did before. We'll do a different one.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what you got.
We'll try this.
Oh, that's interesting.
This is one of my favorite little trick strokes. If you can hit it, because it fully looks like... Yeah, it's just a fun... If you can hit that spot, it's kind of neat.
Yeah, that is cool. I've tried something similar with that R point into the I, but never thought about coming and connecting.
Somebody said my camera isn't aligned anymore. What do you mean? My camera is still aligned properly, isn't it?
What's glowing in your background?
Oh, back there? That's all my books. That's all the J.R. Tolkien books on the top or on the
Gotcha.
second to top shelf.
Yeah.
Oh, if the text was tilted, that just means I'm holding the pen or holding my paper not exactly straight. Yeah, I have. That's my Tolkien shelf. Oops.
Well, this is quite cool. I can see why people stick around for this. I've never actually seen the black light party.
It's kind of fun. I'm trying to think of other ways. There's got to be other clever ways to get into an I from an R or from the D.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. We're gonna let you figure that one out, and we'll watch the VOD in the morning. All right, buddy. It was
Thank you so much for hanging out.
Yeah.
Oh, you look crazy right now because it's all super bright because of my filter. Whoopsies.
That's okay.
My filter affects you too.
No, you're good. You're good. All right, we'll catch you later. You have a
thank
good
you
rest
so
of your
much
night.
for being here. We'll see you on the Discord.
Yep, we'll be there. Thanks for having me. Remember, everybody post things in the right chats, okay? We don't have to tell you to switch it over to share, switch it over to chat, you know. All right, you take it easy, man.
Peace out, man. Have a good night. Sleep well.
Thanks, you too.
Well, that was kind of fun. I won't say very first, but we haven't really done a guest stream. That was a good time. Oh yeah, now I can fully move this all the way over here. Well, I guess I can just go to this. Oh no, my face cam's all messed up over here. I'm gonna go back to the other one. Whoops. There we go. We'll leave this here for now. My face cam is sideways when I go to my standard cam. Whoopsies. Are the hairlines too light? We can tweak the filter a little bit. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Just contrast, I think. That should work. Pretty. Is it a little grainy? Thanks for hanging out, Walker. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. So what should we do in the black one? Renee's being the most nitpicky today. We could do words. We could do anything. I want to try to find a cool Diego signature. There's got to be a cool way to get from the R into the I, or vice versa. Can we do the I into the R and then into the D, so we do them all backwards? Ooh, we could do something like that. Blacklight left handwriting. Ooh, it'd be not pretty looking. So if I could space this out right, then this could go... Oh, a little messy in there, but there's maybe something in that. Bullseye. Oh, do you guys... No, I won't show it. I'll keep it secret. I've been working on my conference logo. It's almost done. Can't. It's against the rules. I didn't mean to tease, but I did by accident. Sorry. I like that. If the R and I were a little bit closer together, and this just dropped low enough so that it didn't interact. That could work. That could work. I'm pretty happy with the Creatrium design that I finished recently. Excited to get that shirt out. What to write, what to write, what to write. You should check it out. I bet you there's a link. Or I'm pretty sure you could go to thecreatrium.com. I think that takes you there as well. I think somebody could actually test that out for me. I'm pretty sure thecreatrium.com takes you to the Discord. It should if it doesn't. JM, what's a chicken box? I don't know what you're talking about. Oops. Yo, what are the odds if we look at where that nib snap was? It is exactly, it's only like 1 millimeter long, maybe 1.5, but exactly where my hairline goes through. That's crazy. What are the odds of that? It's fun how often that happens. I wish I could do that on purpose. Chicken box. I don't know what chicken box is. Unless you're just hungry and you're going to get a box of chicken. Which could make sense. I meal prepped today, so I made a whole bunch of chicken. Before the stream. Normally I forget to meal prep before the stream, but I did it. Oh, got you. I pretty much prep the same time, or the same thing all the time. I prepped, I do spice-crusted chicken thighs with seasoned baby carrots and Brussels sprouts. And they are yummy. But I haven't meal prepped. Because I haven't been home, I straight up haven't cooked in like 2 months. Went grocery shopping the other day, and when I was grocery shopping, I realized it was the first time since like March that I've gone grocery shopping. Because I haven't been home. The name, my Brussels sprouts are very, very yummy. They're not gross Brussels sprouts like you would assume Brussels sprouts are. Because most people, like when you boil Brussels sprouts, they're not very good and they smell bad and they're mushy. But I season them and then I just cook them in the oven and they are crispy and like creamy on the inside, crispy on the outside. Very, very delicious. And seasoned with thyme, salt, and a little bit of grapeseed oil is yummy. They're pretty yummy. I wasn't a fan of Brussels sprouts before I made these. And this has been, that's like, it's my standard meal prep. I do the same thing every time I meal prep. Nothing crazy exciting. I'm pretty basic. That's not how you spell exciting. Whoopsies. Or is it? This is true. I gotta get in shape, so I figure I had to start cooking some good healthy meals. And start working out and getting in shape. Now that I'm back home. Oh, I can't believe we've done a whole stream and I haven't done this entry stroke once yet. Feels so unlike me. Can't have a stream without doing that stroke at least once. I don't have a juicer, but I have a NutriBullet that I used to use to make smoothies. I used to do smoothies all the time. And then I got out of the habit. I want to do some research on some more healthy smoothies to make. And then I'll start getting back in the habit of kale smoothies. I think I want to start making again. But no, I don't have a juicer. Oh, I wish that was along the baseline and not at an angle. Whoops. Yeah, I used to do kale and spinach. And I would buy a whole bunch of it at the grocery store and make kale and spinach cubes. And then just chuck 3 or 4 of those in each smoothie every day. So it's super nice and creamy, cold, and healthy. But I haven't made one in a long time. Yep. Yeah, I don't eat enough to eat all of my kale and spinach, so cubes were the only way that I could make it sustainable. Whoops. I've only done 2 C's on this page, and both of them snapped in almost the exact same spot. Do another C and figure out why. That's no good. That's no good. I'm getting lazy with my light hand. And it's not light. Almost snapped there as well. Risk. Oh, that's handy. Wow. Let's try that again, shall we? Are there any good movies coming out or out right now? The Accountant 2 is out now, isn't it? I want to see that. Oh, I saw Sinners. Well, I saw the movie poster. I haven't seen the movie. Did your friends say they liked it? Oh, got you. Got you, got you, got you. Oh, excuse me, that's a yawn. Oops. I was gonna write yawn there, and I wrote yummy again by accident. Whoops. Ooh, JM really liked. That's good to know. It's always nice to have somebody who's actually seen the movie. I'll check it out. this week, catching up on things that I didn't get done when I was out of town. And rearranging my plants, taking care of them since getting back home, buying groceries, unpacking and laundry, teaching tap classes. Sounds good. It's just a crazy J. Just a crazy J. Designs like that are a lot easier than they look. If you can get the flow of flourishing, then you can just sort of keep going forever. It's based off of the Zenarian Z that they do, that I believe goes something like this. I think if I can remember. Something like that, and then they write Zenarian in the middle. Super loopy. You should definitely find a class. I think that's a great idea. It's a good time. Hey, Raul, no need to apologize. We're just hanging out. We're near the end of it now. Not quite at the end, but we had a guest on tonight. Diego was here. It was a good time, but still glad you stopped by. Cenarian needs to calm down. Yep, it's true. Flourishing can be very fun. I gotta figure out what we want to do. I think for the next stream, I want to write something. Like how I've done poems or fairy tales and things like that. I gotta pick something to actually write for the next stream. Instead of just writing random words. Any ideas? If you're watching this after the recording and you have an idea, drop it in the comments below, or let me know in the chat if you're here. You got ideas of something fun that we can write for the next stream? We haven't done that in a while. I'm trying to figure out how I can do potentially an Old English stream one day, but it's tricky. Something instructional and character building from one of the old manuals. Hmm. Why is Old English tricky? It's just tough. And then filming it, I do Old English with my desk at a slant, as if it's like a slant board, which changes where my camera is and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a few other things that I have to sort out if I'm gonna do it. If I'm gonna write flat, I tend to be a lot more straight overhead when I do it, which means my head would get in the way of the camera. So I just gotta figure out some things of how I can actually potentially do one. And I will also admit it's not a script that I just freehand off the cuff all the time. So it's not like I am with ornamental penmanship at all. I can do it, and I'm decent at it, but it's not something that I can throw off the cuff without thinking about it all that easily, if I'm being honest. C.S. Lewis, we could do something. Keep a cheat. Well, yes. Yes, I can do that. No such thing as perfection. Part of the reason why this live stream exists. What comes out of the hand comes out of the hand. Basically. Oh, I don't like that. That was an experiment. And it did not work out well. Doesn't look like an eye. Be fun to pick an old story. Maybe I'll pick one of the, like, what about one of the old, like, mythos, Greek mythology myths or something and write one of those. Gotta find a cool story. Or pick, like, a book of really good, not super short, but really good quotes, potentially. We haven't done a quote stream in a long time. Aesop's Fables would be pretty cool. What are some good Aesop's Fables? I know there's a whole bunch of them. Do you have a favorite? What I could do, huh? If I planned something out, and did it, plan the pages out and wrote small enough. Oh, you can't really see this in the light. Oh, that's very bright. but planned it out small enough that I could then um, cut the pages. Whoa, this is last time Chin came to IAMPA, 2022. Um, but basically bind a little book of a story, which could be pretty cool. Instead of doing it normally, I do things in my landscape journals. I could actually bind a little storybook and stitch it up. Oh, that is very bright. Maybe. That's something to think about. Something to think about. Yeah, it'd be nice to get it done in 1 or 2 streams for sure. I mean, I do need to. I need something to go in the IAMPA silent auction. So I could always do that, or I could do a Instagram giveaway or something like that. Who knows? If it's short enough, I could make multiple, potentially. Sounds good, Annie. Good luck with the unpacking. Were you productive and got a good deal of unpacking done tonight, hopefully? Fingers crossed. Hopefully we weren't too distracting. Okay. The back alley's so bright today, and I don't understand why. I feel like the lights in my back alley are brighter than normal. Which is weird. It's possible. No, but it feels like the street lights. Like, it feels like normally they'd turn off, but tonight they're not turning off, which is odd. Unless they just don't turn off and I've been imagining things. But I feel like they usually turn off. I don't know. That's better. Oh, that could be part of it. Might just be brighter in general outside. There is a light that I can see that's on, though. And for some reason, it's not turning. I mean, there could be somebody out smoking out of my view that I just can't see, or out in the back alley. Who knows? Who knows? Strawberry moon. That's fun. I realized as I was doing it, this was a dumb idea. I was gonna do a moon-shaped shade, but it's a full moon, not a crescent moon. So it doesn't really work. Oops. Oopsies. I'm gonna fix that exit stroke. A little rocket. Like so. I learned something about cheese the other day. What is Wallace and Gromit's favorite cheese? Is it Cumberdale? Is that what it's called? There's a kind of cheese that Wallace and Gromit, it's their favorite cheese. And is it Cumberdale? I need somebody to Google Wallace and Gromit's favorite cheese. But that cheese that company was not doing really well. And I guess that cheese factory wasn't like super popular. It's something Dale. But Wallace and Gromit, like, they used it because it's a fun sounding word. And that company got super popular. It sort of rejuvenated that business. Cumberdale. No, it's not Cumberdale. Cumberdale is that weird YouTube animation salad fingers. Hubert Cumberdale. Yeah, that's not what it is. What is it? Come on, brain. Types of cheese. Camembert? No, I do feel like it ends in Dale. Somebody Google it. Somebody look it up. I'm curious. Uh-oh, does Wallace and Gromit not have two L's? I can't even spell Wallace and Gromit. What's wrong with me? Wensleydale. There it is. I knew it had a Dale on it. I don't think this is how you spell Wallace. Whoops. Gromit. Wensleydale. Yeah. And I mean, I hope it's a true story that I heard. I don't quote me on it, but yeah, it wasn't doing well. It wasn't like a popular cheese. Um, but then because it also I did do Wallace right. Wallace. Yay! Wallace and Gromit. Wensleydale. Oops. Touch down on my practice room. Wensleydale. Cheese. I have no idea what Wensleydale tastes like. If it wasn't for Wallace and Gromit, like if I didn't hear this story and somebody said Wensleydale, I would know it from Wallace and Gromit because I was a big animation fan. But I definitely don't know what it tastes like as far as cheese. No idea. Oh, that was supposed to say might be bedtime, but I skipped ahead and wrote the bed. So let's write B right over here. Whoopsies. It is staggering how many mistakes I make. Hello, Min. Welcome, welcome. think my attention span is starting to fade. Wensleydale cheese has a mild and slightly tangy flavor with a hint of honeyed sweetness. Interesting. Wensleydale. That's good to know. Oh, it happens all the time. Limmer or limer? Limmer, I'm assuming. Um, it happens all the time. The amount of mistakes and words I omit when I'm writing because I'm just thinking ahead, um, it's staggering. Especially, well, and it's a lot worse when I'm on stream than when I'm just writing randomly at home by myself because I'm chatting with you guys and thinking of things, thinking through stuff, and just thinking ahead all the time. So I get distracted. But as we mentioned earlier in the stream, mistakes happen, and I make lots of them, and that's okay. Here, let's do this before we call it a night. Make myself bigger to say goodbye to everybody because I do believe, as it says on the page, I think it might be bedtime. I think it is bedtime. We got to have a Blacklight live for a nice hour after saying goodnight to Diego, or close to an hour anyways. What does one do if one is on the last line of one's IAMPAS certificate and one makes a righto? If depending on the paper you use, I've made mistakes on things like that before. If you can erase and fix an error, then you can do that. If you can make it so it's not super noticeable, or you start again, basically. I know when I did my certificate, well, like my my Spencerian one, I did, I think, 2 or 3 versions of my Spencerian script engrosser, or my Spencerian script excellent certificate. Because the first one I submitted, but they couldn't approve it because the rules were wrong or something like that. It would have been approved, but there was something weird, so I got refunded as because it wasn't my fault. And then I was told just to submit the same thing the next year, but in the next year I looked at it and I wasn't a fan. I thought I could do better, so I redid it, and I might have redone it once or twice. I can't remember. I was pretty picky with the way I wanted it to look. And I want to apply again, actually, for the Spencerian one. I want to try to do, it's really hard, and I probably won't pass, but I want to eventually try to do Spencerian again with movement. Because I used not super slow, but it's not as fluid as it could be when I did it, and I'd like to try as a challenge. But I'll do business penmanship first, after I do illumination, if I get that one done this year. Fingers crossed. That's a big one that will take a very long time. Yeah, Limmer, I wish Control Z worked in real life. That would be extraordinary. I can't count the number of times that I've literally said out loud Control Z when things happen that I wish I could reverse. But it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Well, I do believe we're done. It's really good to be back in town, back home, and it's really good to be hanging out with you guys, doing streams. This is great. It was fun having Diego on. Every stream's not going to be a guest stream, obviously, but now that I am more familiar with setting that up and getting it going, I'm going to be doing probably more guest streams every now and again to spice things up. Yeah. If you like this video, I'll do the YouTuber thing. If you like this video, please do like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. Hit the bell so you know if I do release any content or have any streams coming. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out, for joining me today, me and Diego today. This was a really fun one. Why are the numbers growing all of a sudden? I'm leaving and there's more people coming in here, but that's all right. It is late. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Don't forget to fall in love with the process, and or make sure that you're falling in love with the process. And don't forget that life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Bye-bye, everybody. See you at the next one. And end stream.